at Viking.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday morning, September 3rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media. At 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Yes, it is Wednesday, not Tuesday. It's hump day. That means Tony Bruno at 7:45. And also the first Wednesday of the month. It's our Window Nation Veteran Spotlight coming up at 9:30. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday, indeed. Gregory!
I'm watching this badass video of the U.S. military bombing the Tren de Aragua.
The drug boats.
Thugs. Yeah.
Taking them out.
Can I have more of that, please?
More of that and less window tosses?
Can we just... Yes. Can I just have more videos? I want close-ups.
Yeah.
You know what I want? I want their faces. I want to see their faces. I want to see their faces.
Firing squad.
Right before.
Yeah. Imagine that.
That big-ass Moab was dropped on them. That's what I want to see. Ooh. Yeah, more of that. Thank you.
U.S. strikes narco-terrorists.
Yeah.
From high above.
Oof.
Imagine that. You're on that boat. You're going across whatever body of water that
Beautiful
was.
Day.
And you're blown to smithereens.
Play this, Phil. Come on. Let's start out at 6 a.m. with a little death.
Oh.
That's what I like to see. Look at that. Just hanging around.
Uh-huh.
No idea what's happening.
That's a small boat.
No idea what's happening. That is a small boat.
That is not some massive boat.
No. No idea what's happening.
Can you imagine being the guy that pushes the button?
Yeah.
to
love
incinerate those losers?
Yeah, I don't care. Call me a sick, sadistic F. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. A lot of fentanyl deaths, a lot of drug deaths in this country.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
According to reports, 11 alleged narco-terrorists were killed in the strike that Stocker just got off on. Looks like, there's 11 people in that boat.
It looks the size of one of those cigar boats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Directly in my veins.
Yeah.
Directly in my veins. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up later, Stocker will take out a pontoon on a lake.
I want to see
a pontoon.
I want to see more of this. I like take all these Tren de Aragua drug whatever. Take them out, put them in a boat. They think they're going free and drop bombs on them. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay.
The reality is this administration loves to show you when they incinerate something, and they gave us that. And that was courtesy of Truth Social on Tuesday. All right, we have a lot to get to. A big take this morning on America's crime crackdown, and then we get a 34,000-page Epstein document dump yesterday. The only problem is about 2.5% of it was new. So if you do the math, about 97.5% was old news that we already had.
And some of the victims spoke out last night to Haley Jackson, by the way, of NBC News.
Yeah.
So.
And then Nancy Mace had to make it about herself. And I know she's a victim of the past, so I get it.
She's a survivor.
So I'm sensitive to that for sure.
A rape survivor.
Yeah. And she made a theatrical exit yesterday that was in front of all of the cameras.
You know I'm no Nancy Mace fan, but a theatrical exit was, you've not been through that. You can't sit here and claim that it's...
That's right.
No,
come on.
I get it, but come on. I get it. It's bad. I mean, if the cameras weren't there,
It's bad.
It's bad. I'm going to play you at 7:45. I'm going to play you a video of a girl who was trafficked at 14 years old. 14.
I guess I would have more understanding for the theatrics if it wasn't somebody that's obsessed with being in front of the camera all the time. Like if it was a no-name House Republican or Democrat. But like if it's Marjorie Taylor Greene or Nancy Mace or even a Democrat, female or male, some of these attention seekers in politics, I don't know. That was my initial reaction. Like, all right, here we go with this. Everything's got to be professional wrestling. But
by the way, even Fox News saying 11 alleged narco-terrorists killed in the U.S. strike. I mean...
Yeah, that's fair.
Is it? Who cares?
Well, it wasn't a Carnival Cruise.
I mean,
That's the next
they
thing
have
we
a lot
should
of
bomb.
intelligence information.
Sorry. I would love to see one of those Moabs hit a Carnival Cruise line.
Oh, during Fight Club.
Yeah.
As they're fighting over no chicken tenders in the buffet. That should be your death. All right, so we'll get to that. We'll get to Epstein, and then also we have to get to I've reached my tipping point with streaming. We have a new retail giant that is set to challenge another retail giant in the streaming wars. We'll get to that today. Cut sheet. And also, a story that went viral during Labor Day weekend in Texas of a prank at a front door that went wrong. As parents, as homeowners, as Second Amendment absolutists, how do we feel about the punishment in this story? We'll give you that coming up before we get to Bruno and the cut sheet. But let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05. The great Don Stenson.
Kevin says Greg is going dark at 6 a.m. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Sorry. And now I'm done.
He's done. He spilled his bucket at 6:04.
That's what I do.
Yep.
That's what I do.
Yep. Take us away, Don Stenson.
Good morning. Good Wednesday morning. We are sponsored this morning by First Harvest Credit Union. Sponsored in news this morning, this September 3rd, another chilly start to the day, 61 degrees, heating up, and we'll tell you about the forecast. Will it impact tomorrow's home opener for the Eagles? And we have Eagles news as well. In the news, we do have Governor Josh Shapiro meeting with lawmakers, bipartisan, as they're calling it the SEPTA funding impasse continues, and there is an impact there with what the Eagles have issued. I want to get to the other news of the day, however, because we have a lot of tragic news and many pleas from police across our region, as Philadelphia police say that a bicyclist has died after being struck by a vehicle. This happened yesterday, 1600 block of Belmont Avenue. This is West Philadelphia, and the police are asking for the public's help in this one. So in this one, the bicyclist was killed, according to Philadelphia police, yesterday mid-morning, and it happened right near the Please Touch Museum, if you know that area. So the crash happened, like I say, 10 a.m.-ish in the morning. Two vehicles, we're told, a black Dodge Charger as well as a black Chrysler, speeding northbound Belmont Ave, approached at the Avenue of the Republic there, and the bicyclist riding east on the Avenue of the Republic there was struck by one of those vehicles. The impact ejected the bicyclist onto the highway, causing critical injuries, and we later learned that he actually died of those injuries. Philadelphia police asking for assistance. If you saw anything, looking at any area, type video cameras, surveillance cameras, crime cameras, anything in the region, but right now they do not have a suspect. The man was rushed to Penn Pres, by the way, Medical Center, and he later died during the day. So they're now investigating the situation. They say that several men were seemingly inspecting the front end of a vehicle there, and so police stopped to investigate, seized the vehicle for further examination. So is that the hit-and-run vehicle? We don't have that information, but they're asking for no arrest. Like I say, they're asking for the public's help. We also have 5 people injured. This one happening in the suburbs. 2 children among those 5 injured after this crash involving a school bus. And we hate to hear this early in the school year. A lot of schools, especially suburban, just starting up this week. But this was a school bus and another vehicle crashing in Bethlehem Township yesterday afternoon, intersection of Freemansburg Avenue and Washington Street. Police say a Colonial Intermediate Unit 20 bus rear-ended a vehicle that had been stopped and was waiting to make a left-hand turn. School bus driver, a bus aide, and the driver of the other vehicle were also hurt, along with those 2 children. That crash remains under investigation.
You said Freemansburg Avenue in Bethlehem Township?
Yes.
Wow. I lived on Freemansburg Avenue at one point in my life.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I know exactly where it is.
Small
Yeah.
world.
Yeah. Yep. Right off of the overpass of Route 33. Yep.
Yeah. So we hate to hear of any school bus involved in this one. It's under investigation, but by all accounts, a rear end situation. So no critical or life threatening injuries. So we're still watching that one. And we also have kind of what I'll call a freak accident, according to police, as we know that they're saying a young male, a juvenile, died yesterday after a deer struck a vehicle, and the deer was actually thrown into the path of another vehicle. This happened in Chester County, according to Pennsylvania State Police, who continue to investigate this. Now, we've since learned that this individual was a student, a member of the Malvern Prep School in Chester County. But in this case, in other words, the deer is struck by a vehicle going one way on Route 322 in Chester County. The deer is hit so hard.
It goes airborne.
It goes airborne,
I've
flies
seen it happen.
Into the lane.
Oh God, that's
into the lane of the other vehicle.
Every morning, driving in here in the wee hours of the morning, there's a stretch that I go about 2 or 3 miles that is just there's deer everywhere.
Is it time for this administration to start bombing deer?
We need all the hunters out there. Please
kill them all.
Please,
they're a pain in the ass. That's what they are.
Can we stop? Can we start? Culling the herd or whatever the phrase is.
Yeah, and in this case, it happened actually 7:00 yesterday morning on the way to school.
Mm-hmm.
So he's the passenger. It sounds like was being driven to school, and so Malvern Prep releasing a statement talking about the profound loss, a tragedy impacting their students, faculty, staff, and their community, as they're in prayer with grief counselors. The head of school, Patrick Sillop, releasing that statement, saying, out of respect for this young man and his family, we will not be sharing additional details about the student at this time, and just surrounding the family, all the students with compassion. It's just, gosh, what a horrible accident. So in this one, the vehicle that initially struck the deer actually did not stop and has not yet been identified. So they believe it was it was a black Toyota Sienna with heavy front end damage. The road was shut down if you were in that area most of the mid-morning, almost till lunchtime. But residents in the area say deer-related crashes are a recurring problem, especially during the morning hours and winter, darker months, that sort of thing.
Yep.
Although this time of year, the sun by 7 is up.
Yeah.
So just a real tragedy there. The investigation is ongoing. Pennsylvania State Police asking anybody, if you see a dark Toyota Sienna, heavy front end damage, if you are that person.
I would say so.
If they hear from that person.
If they sent a deer airborne, I would say there's some damage to that car, right?
Probably sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
And I know we'll get into it as far as the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform saying, yes, the committee releasing tens of thousands of records related to Jeffrey Epstein provided by the Department of Justice.
Everything that's been released already. Well, you have to wonder why this whole thing is just this smoke screen is being put up.
I'm so over the story.
It's really I don't know.
What's going down today at 10 a.m.?
10:30.
10:30. We have people speaking.
Yeah, the victims are going to speak on Capitol Hill with Massey and Ro Khanna.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and as Ro Khanna said last night, it's the bombshell announcements. I don't know.
Bombshells, yeah. Every time I hear and see the word bombshell on television or social media, I just I can't turn the TV or social media off fast enough. I'm sick of that word, bombshell. All these grifters, bombshell revelations, and you look and you're like, cool, great. This is a nothing burger. Stop wasting my time.
So we talked about Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro saying he's continuing negotiations in Harrisburg on a state budget and mass transit funding. We've talked a lot about SEPTA. Everything's on pause this week. If you didn't hear me report this yesterday morning, first thing, that there were some court rulings that happened, Friday? And so everything's on pause as far as any future cuts, that sort of thing. But ahead of this, because of the SEPTA cuts that were already in place and SEPTA service disrupted, we now have a request and a travel advisory for tomorrow's season opener amid these SEPTA service cuts, and that from the Philadelphia Eagles themselves. So as they're saying now, the Eagles issuing this travel advisory for tomorrow's game, announcing parking lots will open early, 1:30 in the afternoon, but they are saying that because they've eliminated things like the Sports Express trains, reducing the number of train cars, they fear that could create some chaos. And so they're asking everybody, don't come down like you often do to tailgate, because a lot of tailgaters, a lot of people will come down to tailgate, even if you don't have a ticket, you can't afford a ticket. And so unless you're one of the, I guess, oligarchs, who can afford that, you should, I'm teasing, but everybody's being asked, please do not go down.
Oligarchy. How can they tell people not to?
They can't.
What a stupid statement. They said arrangements should be made to enjoy the game with family and friends at another location.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a ticket, don't show up in our parking lots.
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
Not for nothing, but they just dared people. I mean, they just made it worse.
Thank you for saying that. That actually makes me want to go down there at a god-awful time on a Thursday night and be amongst those dopes that are all boozed up on Miller Lite for 12 straight hours. Oh. What an obnoxious, honest to God, that's an obnoxious statement to make. Doesn't that just come off as super elitist? Hey, because the government can't figure out a mass transit budget situation that Dawn Stensland's only been reporting on for 9.5 weeks. Take your business elsewhere.
So will the legislature, does that put pressure perhaps? Will Governor Shapiro be at the home opener, which by the way is one of the hottest tickets in the NFL? Vivid Seats has the average ticket price now. That's, secondary market, $900 a ticket. God. That's not even a good seat.
Yeah, to watch the Cowboys cover the 8.5 points.
Woo. So the team urging fans carpool and maybe avoid the sports complex. That's the latest. Maybe that won't
carpool.
I know.
Can you imagine? Oh man!
Just stay home, watch the game on TV, mute it, and listen to Merrill Reese on WIP.
Yeah.
There you
Can't
go.
stand the national announcers. Definitely take Nick.
I
Kayal's
feel for
place.
him.
Yeah.
So we have that going on.
But will the weather?
Yes.
Affect tonight's game.
But first, we have to talk about First Harvest Credit Union, our sponsor this morning. Save more and spend with purpose when you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account. Earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth. Checking for all the details. Membership restrictions do apply, insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. And yes, tomorrow, maybe the Eagles request, maybe that travel warning won't ward off the Eagles fans who want to tailgate even without a ticket. But Nick Kayal, perhaps the forecast could scare them away.
It could, Dawn. It could. 62 degrees, currently going up to 80 today. Tomorrow it's going to be warmer, but we have showers on the way. It could actually lead to a sloppy football game on Thursday night. It's all brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, we'll come back, get a Wednesday show underway. It's an American crime crackdown. A big take coming up next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, They joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, 624 live on a Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have a busy show for you today. Tony Bruno will join us as we kick off the cut sheet in just over an hour and 20 minutes. And then also Fight Club at 9:10 this morning. And our Veteran Spotlight coming up at 9:30 a.m. But right now, let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Wawa, The Big Take, American Crime Crackdown. I majored in criminal justice and received my bachelor's degree in 2006 from Temple University. And they had a very reputable criminal justice department at the time. And I recall my first professor on crime specifically saying, quote, "Safety and security under the umbrella of crime is no different than the economy. If people aren't feeling it, they aren't feeling it. Perception is reality." And I believe that sentiment rings true 22 years later, because any Democrat mayor in a big blue city or any Democrat governor in a blue state saying that, quote, "crime is down compared to the highs of just a year or 2 years ago," is in no way an opportunity for a victory lap. Down from what? You couldn't go any higher in all likelihood. Law and order, I believe, is a winning issue for Donald Trump. Resistance against such a mantra is a political loser for the opposition. And I think there's many ways you can look at America's crime crisis and the resolutions that follow. The political angle is certainly in play. Republican president, red state, blue city, that's one combination. Another combination is Republican president, blue state, blue city. It's also a cultural and social issue. St. Louis, Missouri, for example, blue city in the red state of Missouri. Memphis, Tennessee, blue city in the red state of Tennessee. Jackson, Mississippi, blue city, red state. They have the highest murder rates in the country per 100,000 citizens, but they're also small cities. But what's the common theme? Blue leadership and urban decay. When I lived in Nashville, Tennessee, and was doing morning sports radio, we took a bus trip with fans to St. Louis, Missouri, to see an NHL game between the Blues and the Predators. Our boy Harry Mays flew down to Tennessee that summer. We drove from Nashville to Memphis for a PGA Tour event. And when we arrived in both St. Louis and especially in Memphis, we experienced two cultural cluster Fs. It's a culture problem and a lack of incarceration problem. You wouldn't have known you were in the Southeast or the Midwest. Safe streets, a secure feeling, neighbors where your family can live and your kids can grow up. None of that should be political. It shouldn't be prevented, and it shouldn't face pushback. But in Chicago, Illinois, by Mayor Brandon Johnson, who at one point had an approval rating of 7%, and by Governor J.B. Pritzker. That's what's going on in the Windy City and a big blue state. This, even after the success of the National Guard deployment in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Also, after what we saw in Los Angeles. Here's a headline from the Washington Post yesterday. Quote, D.C. mayor says Trump's federal law enforcement presence is welcome indefinitely. They write, D.C. Mayor Bowser issued an executive order that would welcome federal law enforcement officials to stay in the city indefinitely, an indication of her willingness to cooperate with the president. That's a stunning headline. I didn't see that coming. A progressive mayor in a top 10 major American city on board with Donald Trump and a policy. And why? Well, because polling indicates it's a winner for Donald Trump. Mark Penn is a former advisor to President Bill Clinton and even Hillary Clinton. And he said the following after his latest Harvard-Harris polling numbers were released on Trump and crime. Listen to this.
So the latest Harvard Caps Harris poll is out, and you cover a lot of ground in this poll, Mark, as you do every month. But give me your top takeaways from this month's reading.
Well, look, I think this month, and we've been doing this poll for 7 years, this month I think Trump's rating stabilized, didn't move up or down, and I think he began to get traction on crime. I think he's now kind of taken his focus from what I would say is immigration first to then kind of tariffs all over in the middle to really kind of leading a national crackdown on crime. And I think you're seeing what I would call generally favorable response to it.
From everything that we gather and collect on television clips and social media clips, it appears to be favorable with the residents of Washington, D.C. I've seen favorable clips with Chicago residents saying we need more safety and security. But it's not favorable with Chicago and Illinois politicians. Brandon Johnson, he blames his blue city woes on red states. Listen and watch this.
2 or 3 more new guns come into our city. Chicago will continue to have a violence problem as long as red states continue to have a gun problem. Shootings will continue as long as this presidential administration continues to put politics ahead of safety, blah, 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 blah. Coming from a guy with an approval rating of 7 and an IQ of 5. Illinois is a blue state, not a red state. How many more gun violence crimes committed in Chicago or in Illinois in general are committed by repeat offenders, Brandon? How many convicted felons are on the streets with priors that are 3, 4, a dozen, 2 dozen, 47? This is the result of progressive district attorneys, political activist judges, and left-wing elected officials. J.B. Pritzker offered up this doozy yesterday in Illinois. Listen and watch. All those events required significant coordination between all levels of government. Some, like the Democratic National Convention last year, even required a limited deployment of the Illinois National Guard for broad security purposes, including especially preventing terrorism.
So safety and security for thee and we, but not for me. The National Guard can be deployed for the DNC, no problem. But if Trump sends in federal law enforcement officials into Chicago or Illinois, they're going to reject that? Why is it that the elitist, liberal, white politicians love security on a personal level for themselves in their gated communities, but feel it's unnecessary for the common man and woman in the struggle? Here's why. Because for J.B. Pritzker, he's not going to die from gun violence. He's going to die from his obesity. But it's nice to see Jiggly Belly taking a walk. It's probably good for his cardiovascular conditioning. Take a listen and watch this recent interview.
You're going to hear people, especially this past weekend, 54 shot, 7 dead.
Yeah.
They're going to say the city's not safe. Would you ask your friends to ride the L after midnight or after, 9 o'clock at night even to come down to the city from O'Hare?
Look, big cities have crime. There's no doubt about it. But let's just pay attention to what President Trump is doing targeting Chicago. He's overlooking
red states that have much higher crime rates.
So it's always a deflection from the problem, pin it on Trump, who's offering a resolution. And basically, that's an admission right there. Wow, big cities, we have crime. This is what you get. Don't live here if you don't like it. But this is also what you get when you vote for people like Brandon Johnson, who's actually worse than Lori Lightfoot, which is a scary proposition to ponder, and J.B. Pritzker. And then you have Washington, D.C. and Chicago on a pure population basis. They are far more pressing in raw total numbers than a Memphis, Tennessee, a Jackson, Mississippi, or a St. Louis, Missouri. Now, if Trump were to go into Chicago or come to Philadelphia next, or San Francisco and Atlanta and have success with reducing crime, would this administration get to a Memphis or a Jackson or a St. Louis eventually? Perhaps. But the casual citizen observing news, they're not going to perk up over small southern cities like Memphis, Tennessee, receiving federal law enforcement. So there is a political element to this because D.C., Chicago, Los Angeles, the glitz, the glamour of the Big Apple or the Windy City or the city of brotherly love, that resonates for political points. But we'll wrap with this. CNN had a guest sit across from Scott Jennings, and instead of offering up valid solutions to America's crime crisis, he floated out the idea of Democrats and a Second Amendment gun grab in the next administration, possibly. Listen and watch.
All of this. And I'm all for crime reduction, but the conservatives who are celebrating this, you listen to the mayor of Chicago talk about the gun crisis in America. Well, what is to stop, given the precedents that Donald Trump is setting, what is to stop a Democratic, a Governor Pritzker, a Governor Newsom to say, we have a gun crisis in America, just as legitimate on the facts arguments as a crime crisis, and say we're going to send the National Guard into states to go get their guns. There have to be standards here. The reason why Pritzker I get it for the politics. He keeps saying Trump was begging me to ask him to come. The reason
why is Trump considered the bad guy for wanting to have peace? Not only globally with trying to end wars, but also domestically. Yet the left will be viewed as the good guys when they step all over your First Amendment rights in the last administration and could even contemplate doing the same in a future administration with the Second Amendment. That would create a true civil war, a second civil war, all because dopes like Brandon and Big Belly, they can't see the light like Bowser did in Washington, D.C. The border has been secured. Tariffs are somewhat on the back burner right now, but front and center is the crime crackdown in America. Why? All because progressives don't actually deliver progress in their cities. That's why 47 stepped in. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Wawa. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa for a limited time. You can get any sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. The Big Breakfast Deal for $5 is back because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT. And hit that like and subscribe button because around 8:15, Stalker's going to say, we don't have enough likes and we need to get to 300 or 400. So do it now. Let's make them happy. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts on crime in Philadelphia, crime in Chicago, and any other community that you've worked and lived in that's controlled by Democrat politicians?
First of all, you mentioned Washington, D.C.'s mayor, Muriel Bowser, and I think she hurts the argument of all of these blue cities and states. So I think she hurts Mayor Johnson in Chicago. I think she hurts Governor Pritzker because, for her to issue an executive order, and now this is the, third time, but yesterday was the executive order, for her to say, I'm signing a directive 3 weeks after President Trump calls in the troops to clean up the Capitol streets. And she's saying this is set to expire. She hopes it doesn't expire. She's welcoming in the extra law enforcement because she's seeing, she's seeing the impact.
When's the last time a Democrat signed an executive order to further a Trump policy? Think about that. I said, to your point, you're right. How does Brandon Johnson have any ground to stand on? How does Karen Bass in Los Angeles have ground to stand on today? And I get it. There are red states that have blue cities that are hellholes. But again, Is politics in play? I do believe so, because Trump. So let's take Memphis, for example. I mean, you just don't want to be in Memphis when the sun is up, much less when it's dark out, right? But he's not going to step over Bill Lee, the governor of Tennessee, and send in the feds and try to upend Bill Lee. And he's probably also looking at it like, well, this is what you get, Memphis. You vote for this, you're going to continue to get that. Because there are red states that have crime issues with blue cities. St. Louis, I've got the top.
Pennsylvania,
right? Pennsylvania went red for Trump.
North Carolina.
Yep.
Florida.
Yep. St. Louis, Missouri. Missouri's a red state. Memphis, Tennessee, red state. New Orleans. Now, these are Democrat mayors. New Orleans, Louisiana. John Kennedy. Cleveland, Ohio. Ohio's a red state. Cleveland's a disaster. Birmingham, Alabama. Red state. Disaster. Atlanta, Georgia. But I think the root cause is when you look at all these red states with big blue cities, they're all operated by Democrats. The mayor of St. Louis, Democrat. Spencer, I'm giving you the last names here. The Democrat mayor of Memphis, last name is Scott. Young in Oakland, Tao in New Orleans, Cantrell in Cleveland, Bibb in Detroit, Woodfin, Bowser, Dickens. All of these people, they have a D next to their name. That's the problem.
And so the truth is that the average American may not know the names of those mayors or governors. The average citizen across America may not know the crime stats, but they sure as heck know that Chicago has a crime problem, that New York has a crime problem, that parts of Philadelphia, we have the crime problem, although it looks like for multiple reasons, we're not on the radar of this situation. But there is no more crime problem in Washington, D.C., and that's why Mayor Bowser is saying, I welcome this extra support, this free support, this backup. And so she hurts the argument. And as well, when news people come on and they say these things, they just look bad. When Governor Pritzker comes on and goes for a walk, and, his security details right there, and he's with a Chicago anchor woman, and she's walking with him. And by the way, she also asked him if he was on the Ozempic shot, and he wouldn't say, which was another interesting segment of that little piece. But the truth is, with Pritzker, with the Chicago mayor, they just look like they don't care about the people of Chicago. And the crime stats are varying, but as many as 62 people were injured and 9 killed over the long holiday weekend. That's never acceptable, people.
We're also pussyfooting around the main issue, and you touched on this in your big take, and we're too PC to say it. And but the fact of the matter is that politics really has nothing to do with any of this. People are making it political. Well, it's a Democrat-run city, or this is a Republican area, and Republicans are, Republican states are worse than Democrat states. It's not a political issue. We need to look at the population of these cities that are overrun with
Trump
gun
addressed
violence.
Trump addressed this, and he said, these black ladies love me. He addressed the racial issue, Greg.
Okay. But I'm just saying that's the real issue here is that what's the makeup of these areas?
Well, are you saying the Democrats are racist?
What's the economic makeup?
Yeah,
of
it's a
these
cultural,
areas?
economical, social issue.
How many fathers live in homes of these people?
Fatherless crisis.
What's the gang? What's the gang situation? And that's what all these have in common.
President Trump is saying, I don't care if you don't have a father or husband in your life. I don't care about your ethnicity. There is zero tolerance in the Trump administration for moms and kids and communities to live in this kind of third world danger. That's what President Trump is saying to these communities of people who did not vote for him. It's a powerful message.
I don't disagree. And I think a lot of people are saying, no, we want the help. You're seeing people of all different ethnic and racial backgrounds, for the most part, coming out when they're interviewed by man on the street interview type settings or social media clips saying, yeah. And again, perception is reality in a lot of these big issues that are out there in politics. That's why I mentioned, the economy. If you're not feeling it, crime, if you're not feeling it, if you don't feel safe, nobody's going to be able to convince you are safe because of some statistical data dump and, 2.7 this per 100,000. That goes right over people's head. People can't even process that stuff. People are too distracted. All they want to do is get from point A to point B without feeling like, as they hear somebody walking up to them, that they're going to be attacked, they're going to be robbed, they're going to have their purse snatched, they're going to be pulled into an alleyway and abused or whatever. But I do think there is some political element to this. Can anybody name me, and this is just an open question for the audience, can anybody name me a red city or a red suburb, a red town or a red township or a red municipality? Forget blue state or red state. Go right into your little locale that is operated by Republicans that has a crime crisis. And I get it, there's no such thing as big red cities, right? Doesn't matter if the state's red or blue. Big red city does not exist. But any governmental area that's controlled by a Republican, I'm sure, maybe there's one out there.
No.
But I can't think of one off the top of my head.
I asked this yesterday for 2 hours. Nobody could call in and think of it because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And Donald J. Trump is saying this is not acceptable. No, in America. And
why
he's
do you
not
say
talking.
his middle initial? It's just weird.
It just is. It's not weird.
I want to be known as Nicholas
You just don't
V.
want me to
Kayal.
say something positive about the greatest president in the United States of America.
What is your
History.
middle? Don, what is your middle initial?
Fangirling. It's
I'm not
gross.
fangirling.
I would have never allowed you to.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful that in our nation's capital we don't have a crime problem. I think it's wonderful that we don't have a crime problem for somebody who's. I mean, I've covered more than 1,000 murders. I've been on the other side of that yellow tape, Greg Stocker. It's horrifying. And whether somebody lives in a gang-ridden or drug-ridden community, whether a kid, the father abandoned them, whatever that situation, the root cause so-called is, Trump isn't talking about any of that. He's just saying, you deserve better. You deserve a street and a school and a community that's safe.
The family structure is a totally underrated element to all of this as well. And I get it. There are some times, and we've had these stories where, a two-parent household where the kid took a loaded rifle to school. The Michigan story I always bring up as a reference point. But just look at, I would love to know, and I don't know how we could ever get these numbers. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. What the likelihood or what the ratio is of shooting and violence and gun issues from the youths. I'm talking just youth specific in two-parent households versus one-parent households, or families with a household income of $200,000 plus versus a household income of $75,000 or less, right? Like there's got to be other factors, whether it's social, cultural, economic, that leads to this, because it just doesn't feel like this happens in suburbia as much, or certainly gated communities or out in the country. But when you have, 6 million people in a city where you can no longer build out and all you can do is build up and everybody's smushed together, like a bunch of underwear in a suitcase, then you get all these issues that arise. And where do you go, right? Like being able to move, just move out. Some people don't have the means to get out of it.
Especially with the current housing crisis. And
right.
So think about what you're saying with economic problems in cities. It's often said, well, what stops bullets? Jobs. Bring jobs in. Well, look at what, even in Philadelphia, look at what happened with our district attorney, with the attitude of the crime situation. All of the businesses, many of them moved out of the city of Philadelphia. So you have less job opportunities, less economic opportunities. Companies don't want to be here. And even if they do, their employees don't want to come to work because they don't feel safe. And so this all it comes full circle, if you will, that the theory, I think, would be that if you have a safer community and the only employment, in air quotes I'll say, is being recruited by a gang starting when you're about 8 to 10 years old, because that's when they start grooming these kids. That's another grooming that we don't talk enough about. We talk about pedophilia and the grooming there, but there's another kind of grooming that happens with young kids. And so to get these gang members off the streets and disrupt their fall recruitment as kids are making their way to school, isn't that fantastic? And so I think it goes all together. But you're right. The next step is to now find these economic opportunity zones And that has proven successful.
855-839-1210. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, and then we'll get to the House Oversight Committee. They just dropped 33,000 plus pages of Epstein documents. But what is new? We'll give you the few that are next. Stay there.
Due to amazing customer feedback, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning is extending their summer financing promotion. No need to wait to replace that struggling system. CNC will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York's certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust. And your estimate, absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a tasty cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
6:51, Kayal and Company, Wednesday morning.
I'm just looking through your Twitter thing. Did you post a picture of your feet yesterday?
I did a mockery.
What is your obsession with feet, man?
You like this?
Hang on.
I went back to the
another
flops.
host that...
Yes, thank you, Dawn. Yeah, there was.
What was his name?
Yeah,
We've mentioned him before.
We got rid of him because he had a 1 chair.
Oh, well, you don't have to worry about that with me.
He also had a little perversion with the toes. Like, you would not have wanted to wear those naked piggies near that person.
Look at those. Anyway,
because I'm trolling.
You have you have flip flops on again. That's good.
I do. I went back to the flip flops.
Uh-oh.
I realized you guys were right. We're not out of summer yet.
No, it's gonna be like 90 on Saturday.
Yeah, can't wait. sweat a little bit more.
So why did you post a picture of your feet?
Well, I just posted. I didn't realize my feet were sticking out, but I was mocking everybody for the whole Trump is dead thing. If you read the actual tweet, and then yesterday, and by the way,
but you know what? That whole thing completely I guess this is a testament that I don't live my life online. Yeah. That whole thing, when you guys, I saw like clips of you guys talking about it, I was just like, I had heard anything about it.
For 3 days, the only two stories that existed online were, is Trump dead because he hasn't done a press briefing in 2 days?
Oh, for God's sake.
Did he have a TIA mini stroke? And why is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson look like he's lost 150 pounds? Is he sick as well?
No, he's coming back and wrestling Cena for his last match.
Yeah, and he's also in Hollywood right now doing a new bit that required him to slim down to 190 pounds. So those guys, probably took a bunch of Ozempic or whatever these people take to fit the character they're playing on television. But yeah, as far as the whole dead thing, like the Ducey question yesterday.
Do we have that, Phil? Do you have that?
So good.
I know it's on the cut sheet for sure.
Yeah.
Is Ducey now basically a guy who asks questions that need to be answered only on social media?
3. Yeah.
I'm getting that vibe from him.
Yeah.
Roll this.
Something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of
the competitors of Fox. So this was like a left-wing social media creation. I saw Farish was tweeting about it a lot throughout the holiday weekend. And I guess there was like a picture because Trump had this bruise on his hand. So everyone's like, oh, my God, what's that about? And then the left-wing people on social media are doing the same thing that the right-wing people did with Biden, where it looked like his skin was fake, like he was wearing some sort of a mask over his face. And remember the whole Biden body double stunt thing that was running wild on social media? Oh, my God. Dude, he's 79 years old, right? Plays golf more than I do. Are you surprised that somebody that's almost 80 would have a bruise on their hand? I don't know, Dawn. I get the feeling that as you approach 80, not that I'll get there, I'll be gone
That's
18
true.
years
Absolutely
prior.
True.
You bang your hand on your computer monitor when you're 80, you might bruise up. Doesn't mean you're on your deathbed.
Well, ever since he had they did announce, remember, and we talked about it, that President Trump was diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, CVI. It's pretty common, and especially it's and some people not even, you don't have to be 79 if you travel, say overseas or travel on a long flight across the country. Some people get those puffy ankles because of your veins and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So the theory here, and I can't remember, so forgive me, but I believe that they did confirm that they give him an IV because they can mitigate it. And so that's, I think, the IV in his hand, because he was trying to he's self-conscious of it. They put makeup on it.
I thought I saw that.
Or he'll put a
Band-Aid.
His left hand over the right hand,
Yeah.
So I think he is self-conscious of it, but I think it's because it's really bruised, so it looks like where the IV was.
Yeah.
Why can't they put the IV, put it up in the,
Yeah.
pocket of your elbow?
The worst part is these people were rooting for him to be dead.
The whole thing. Well, I mean, everybody's kind of rooting for Biden to die, weren't they?
I don't think anybody ever rooted for Joe Biden to die.
Yeah, it's the same. It's like lather, rinse, repeat. It's the same thing. Whatever administration is in, Fox News went wall to wall, wall to wall with Joe Biden health things. Now CNN is all of a sudden concerned about health, and they're going wall to wall. It's just it's all phony. The whole thing is phony, and it's just
the opposite,
whatever
though.
team team you're on. It's like, let's
wait a minute.
Let's go to
Wait
this
a
side.
minute. Wait. I mean,
Stupid.
It's the opposite, Greg. In other words, with Biden, he had the Easter Bunny leading him around, and everybody said nothing to see here.
He was an old buffoon, of course.
I didn't even say that. I'm just saying that everybody said he was perfectly fine, and then we wouldn't see him for a long time, and they'd say everything's fine. In this one, you have a president who's working 24/7, who's flying all over the world, doing all this, and you don't see him for 48 hours on a holiday weekend after 7 months on the job. You don't see him for 48 hours, even though, like he said, he did an interview during that 48 hours.
Did you guys ever think? Did you guys ever think maybe it was engagement farming? Did you guys ever think it was engagement farming? That maybe
it was just for clicks.
Maybe people.
I totally get it.
Maybe people were just trolling other people just to see if
that's my
something
point.
will stick.
During the previous administration, people were asking, is Biden okay? And now on this administration, they're sort of making it up.
They were so disappointed that he emerged to play 36 holes of golf, 18 with his granddaughter, and then 18 with former NFL coach John Gruden. They were like, he didn't die, but that day's coming. I think it was it Pritzker or Tim Walz? I don't know, basically the same dude. One of them said, he's alive, although his time's coming. And I'm like, could you imagine if any Republicans said that about Joe Biden?
Or Maxine Waters or Bernie or anybody.
Yeah, we were vilified for just pointing out the obvious cognitive decline. Not saying, Joe Biden will be dead soon. He didn't kick the bucket today, but, who knows next week. I don't recall anybody of relevance saying that.
All right,
we said it was elder abuse.
It is. It was Jill's fault, Dawn. It's all Dr. Jill's fault. All right, we'll come back. Hour 2's on the way. Dawn has some news, and then we will get to the House Oversight Committee releasing thousands of basically old news with the Epstein documents, minus 2 or 3 things that we'll mention when we come back. It's Kayal and Company, Hour 2 on the way.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
7:03, it is hour 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Jimmy, Phil, Tony Bruno will join us coming up at 7:45. Fight Club, 9:10 this morning. The submissions keep coming in, and they're very good. I don't even know how we're determining which one to roll with on a certain day.
Today's submission was from Mike Braun. Mike Braun's submission
I know him.
Today for the Fight Club.
Good
Fight Club
tweeter.
on this Wednesday.
Yeah.
Programming note, by the way, I will not be here tomorrow. Don't worry.
Why?
For all of you people that for all of you people that are hoping that I get fired.
Are people rooting for you to
No.
die?
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Don't
I'm
you
sure
ever
they are.
leave me.
I'm sure they are.
You promised you wouldn't leave me.
I have a.
What do you have? Eagles?
I have a thing.
But, yeah, it's one of those things.
The Philadelphia Eagles?
I have a thing.
That
Stanley.
thing with those people
I have a thing.
in a certain locale.
But
Yeah, it's a thing.
But I'll be back on Friday.
Yeah. So you're putting in the 3-day week this week.
Well, no, it's a
Guy
work
was on
thing
vac-
he has.
Guy
Yes,
was
it's
on
a work thing.
vacation.
It's like torture he has tomorrow.
Thank you.
I was hoping they were, you were in the suite. You were.
No, they don't invite us. Are you kidding?
Oh.
Hey, Skopanich.
He's
How
the
about
he's the brand manager?
How about I get a little
Yeah,
a play,
brand-
a little play for some of these Eagles games.
For his brand manager success.
Yeah.
Come on.
I think we should start a GoFundMe. Help Greg get in the suite because the Odyssey execs don't like him.
Coming up on 3 years of being here, I've yet to be asked to attend an Eagles or a Phillies game.
Dude, I'm the same way.
Can't get a ticket.
I'm the same way.
Hey, boss, do we have any nosebleeds maybe I can get for the wife and the daughter? Sorry. All out.
I get nothing. Look at nothing.
I love these people, too. Like, oh, man, you get tickets to the games? You get tickets to concerts? Like, dude, I can't get Reading Phillies tickets.
All of these low energy people on the sports station steal my ideas, and then they're the ones that get whisked into the suite. Of course, come on in. You run WIP, absolutely.
Guys that do a 1 hour a week podcast, sitting in a suite, eating baked ziti and Caesar salad. Your boy here grinding out 20 hours a week in drive time. He's treated like a board op. Ridiculous. Stalker, I think we should go down to the next sales meeting on Tuesday and overtake the meeting in the hub like DX did when WCW was in Atlanta.
Nobody knows that reference.
We'll just come in with tanks and
Stop.
machine guns.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll be like this administration dealing with narco-terrorists high above the sea. It's got to end. It's got to end. I just want to feel like I'm accepted, like I'm one of the boys, treated fairly, given a perk from time to time. I think it's too much to ask
Welcome
for.
to my world.
Yes, I agree, Dawn.
If we could hit news at 7:05, then maybe you would get invited.
All right, round number 2 of the news at 7:07. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday morning, September the 3rd. We're sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning, and we're at 62 degrees right now, heating up to a balmy 82 degrees with mostly sunny skies, but watching possible heavy downpours, even an isolated storm that reportedly, allegedly, could produce damaging winds west of the city. Will it impact the Eagles tomorrow night? Not at kickoff, but by the fourth quarter during the game, yes, it could impact the Eagles. So we'll talk about that for our big home opener. Since you talked about Trump headlines and what are they referring to? Number one, that President Trump put out, it was actually exactly 13 hours ago, that on his orders, U.S. military forces conducting a kinetic strike against positively ID'd Tren de Aragua narco-terrorists.
So we don't even have to say allegedly, like Fox News is saying,
No,
right?
sir, because you can just quote the president. Quote POTUS.
Was Kilmar Abrego Garcia on said boat?
No, sir.
Okay.
Let's play it again. Play it again. Directly in my veins. Yes!
Gosh.
Yeah,
It's
look
like,
at that.
You sunk my
It looks like a
battleship.
scene out of Bad Boys
Does.
with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence.
Oh, this is cue up the Narcos music. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
This is great.
Look at this. So here's like kind of like a big cigar boat.
Yeah.
In the ocean. Cruising
Bam!
along, and you see the blast, white flash, and no more boat.
Have they classified this as like a stealth operation, or do these suspects were they offered the chance to surrender, or was this just pretty much kill and destroy?
Nope. They said it's trend. They say that they ID'd them Tren de Aragua.
Wow.
That they are narco terrorists
Yeah.
in the Southcom area of responsibility, and they're saying that because TDA is a designated foreign terrorist organization operating the control of one Nicolas Maduro and responsible for mass murder and drug trafficking, sex trafficking, etc., across, and causing terror across the U.S. and the Western Hemisphere, that is how they justified them, just taking them out.
You don't have to justify anything. Take them all out. Yes. Do that to Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah.
President Trump putting out on Truth the strike resulting in 11 terrorists killed in action. No U.S. forces harmed in this strike. Please let this serve as notice to anybody even thinking about bringing drugs into the USA. Beware, all caps.
Yeah.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I love that for the last sentence.
Me too.
It's my firing squad theory. You know, if we did more of this stuff, maybe crimes wouldn't happen. Of course, crimes are still going to happen, but maybe not at the rate that they're happening now.
Yep, I agree.
If we have attack dogs, attack people, or rip their flesh off, then maybe they'll think twice about committing said crime.
How long has the mainstream media started melting down about the inhumane tactics?
I saw yesterday about how, it's not a death sentence to be a drug dealer. So, they just did. I don't care. It should be.
Tell that to the parents whose kids OD'd on fentanyl.
Yeah, no,
when
yeah,
they, when
no.
they didn't even know they had fentanyl in their weed.
These people are these terrorists. These gangs are cold-blooded killers.
Oh, of course
they
are.
will hang your family from an overpass. F them.
Yep, they're savages.
Well, and so he did write out in his True Social post explaining why with Southcom, with how they did this.
Yeah, no need to
terrorist
explain.
Organization, that sort of thing.
No need to explain. None.
That's got to be a great job. I'm not just talking about the person that's hitting the button, but doing all the reconnaissance and doing all the undercover work to ID these people and track their whereabouts.
And
that would be something I would love to do.
And you know what, too? If there was an innocent person or two on that boat, sometimes you got to, crack some eggs to fry an omelet.
There you go.
Well, they're IDing them as 11 terrorists.
Yeah.
So,
I'm fine. I'm fine with it. Even if there are 10.
We need to get Road Warrior out of retirement to start working in these arenas of law enforcement. He'd be great at that. At least I assume.
So another social media post that I'll refer to on Truth Social, since we're talking about Trump, is that President Trump said he was thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah.
Forever to be known from this point forward, Rocket City.
Oh, Rocket City and
Roll Tide.
Exactly right. It's interesting. So we've got the Space Command going to Alabama, and the college football team after Saturday, they've been jettisoned out. They've been deported to space with the way they played. Good. I like that. Colorado's governor, very upset, by the way, tweeting how disappointed he is that the Space Center is now being relocated to a great red state. Jared, what's his name, the governor of Colorado? Another guy that tried to keep Trump off of a ballot last year. Remember that? Very disappointed he is, yeah.
Yeah, nobody's joking about Space Force. Remember when he named it and they all joked about it? Nobody's joking about it now.
Somebody said yesterday, and I forget who, I was just inundated with all these stories that were breaking yesterday because it wasn't. Remember yesterday, the big announcement was this 2 p.m. Oval Office announcement. That was the space thing, but there was other things that came from that, and obviously all the question and answers and the presser that followed. But there was somebody who said, and Stocker, I give you credit for this. You said that the next, what did you say? Something in regards to war. Oh God, you said something yesterday that you thought the Department of Defense was going to be rebranded
to the Department of War.
Somebody said yesterday that the next war that we fight will be fought in space.
Space Wars?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that a movie?
It was.
Well, I mean, when you say space, people are thinking of Star Wars. That's not that's not what you mean.
No.
But like
drone warfare and that's what I think.
I mean,
anyway.
the whole purpose of Space Force is to alert or stop these intergalactic missiles.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nuclear weapons
Yep.
from reaching the United States.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which, by the way, they can in like 30 minutes. So, like, I'm all for, like, whatever, like, if it's a better area in Huntsville, but it better not take us off the grid for any amount of time because, you know, there's people that want to press that button.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
I got
like,
you.
the infrastructure is already in Colorado. So, do they have to build new infrastructure in Huntsville? Because that seems like a complete waste of time. You know what I mean?
True. Yep.
Just to move it? I don't know.
Yeah.
So a couple of stories that I just want to headline for you. We talked earlier about active, investigations by local police, but I do want to turn your attention to a story that the Philadelphia Inquirer is focusing on this morning and being reported across Pennsylvania, making national news. And that is that Governor Josh Shapiro, who has been working in a bipartisan way, talking to lawmakers in Harrisburg about figuring out finally the Pennsylvania budget, which would be 9+ weeks, no budget, impacting SEPTA, impacting school budgets, to name a few. But now Governor Josh Shapiro is saying that, in fact, quote, our teams are prepared for whatever the White House may try and send our way. He was at Dobbins Heights in North Philadelphia. He was talking about the fact that Pennsylvania is, quote, braced for President Trump to send the National Guard to Philadelphia.
Aha.
So this headline, as the Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro answers, and it was a reporter question.
Mhm.
I just want to point out to you, it wasn't Shapiro putting out a statement, to my knowledge. This was somebody asking him about it, and he simply said, we and his administration has been preparing for this kind of thing to happen in Philadelphia. And this after, obviously, President Trump has been asked over and over about the National Guard coming to combat crime in cities like, D.C., New York, Chicago. Although Philadelphia has not been in the headlines for this, the Pennsylvania governor is saying that they are indeed prepared for it.
So we've received a message from the governor's office. How soon until we hear from the mayor? Has Sherelle Parker issued any sort of statement?
Not to
from
my
her
knowledge.
office?
No.
Because we know Larry Krasner will jump in front of Larry Krasner will be on with Caitlin Collins probably tonight talking about that. Now, here's the question. Do we think we see this between now and next year's 250th birthday? We know there's going to be a lot of stuff here in Philadelphia in the year 2026 from May, June, and July. Is that something that this administration will deploy February or March, April of next year?
I think that's the question. That's a critical question that you're asking, Nick Kayal.
Because we're going to be in the spotlight, right?
And we talked about the fact that the Mayor Sherelle Parker, and the city of Philadelphia put out that news release over the weekend that the Department of Defense is holding these training exercises through this week.
Mm-hmm.
So as I speak, they're doing this across the area, working with not just Philadelphia police, state police, suburban police. So working in all of these training exercises for exactly what you're talking about.
Yep, I can see it.
So Governor Shapiro putting out the statement that as governor, he says, we've invested millions of dollars in not only policing, but in community organizations that have helped bring down violent crime by 42%. And that is the number that Shapiro is putting out there. He says now's not the time to disrupt that with the distrust the way the president is doing in other communities. So that statement from Governor Josh Shapiro, we don't have a response from the White House. I will point out to you that there are studies and there have been reports over, I'll say, the last 10 days or so, that the accusation against our district attorney, Larry Krasner, is that out of at least one report I know of, that there were 65% of violent crime charges dropped under DA Larry Krasner. 65% of the charges that were put forth.
It's unbelievable.
So when police go out there, there's a violent situation, they make the arrests, and then 65% of those violent charges get dropped once they hit the desk of one DA Krasner.
If you like to commit violent crimes and you know how odds work and you like to gamble, there's a 1 in 3 chance that you will go to jail.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What the hell? Take a shot, right?
So we have that going on.
Good chance Larry's just going to let you slide.
So we'll see. We'll watch very carefully for the follow-up. Will the White House now respond, to make his day?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That would be glorious. That would be glorious.
So we don't have that one. We have a lot of news today we want to talk about, but of course, it's the big home opener tomorrow night. Everybody gearing up for that with our Philadelphia Eagles. And ahead of that, the talk this morning, and this went viral yesterday after the Philadelphia Eagles put out this advisory, a travel advisory, saying, please, if you do not have a ticket, please do not head down to the stadium to tailgate like you normally would. Stay at home or go to your favorite bar or your favorite venue, because we do have the SEPTA situation impacted with the SEPTA cuts and public transit cuts because of the unresolved budget issue. And so unless you have a ticket, stay away from the stadium.
That is called stupid.
Exactly. And offensive. I mean, why would you not want to make it the most loud, hostile, just general environment possible? Defending world champions, Thursday night football, nationally televised on NBC. Just go to, just stay over at Chickies and Pizza in the Northeast. Don't come down here. Great.
Yeah, to your point, it's just not going over well.
No, of course it's not.
So we have all of that going on. And the big forecast, that's a big question today. But we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. Experience the ultimate in luxury driving at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Get attractive pricing on select vehicles, including the C-Class, GLE, GLS, and more. Just head to Piazza Auto Group, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutogroup.com, and live out your Mercedes-Benz dreams today. Live your dreams, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them we sent you here, and that's Kayal and Company News Live. But
right,
we got to talk about the forecast.
Yes, we do, Dawn. 63 degrees going up to 80 today. We have showers in the forecast this evening, and then tomorrow night for Thursday night football and the Eagles. It's going to start off nice, but by the fourth quarter, as you mentioned, torrential downpours on the way. Rainfall could accumulate up to a half inch of rain. Hopefully the Eagles at that point are up 34-13. Jalen Hurts has the ball cap on, and then everybody's on their way out of the stadium anyway. Philly weather brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. By the way, we have no time and temperature in our graphic on YouTube.
Yeah,
where did that go?
It's funny. They upgrade things, and then they don't tell Phil where they put it.
It's kind of like the missing minute from the Epstein.
That's actually not a missing minute that Pam Bondi actually lied about.
Well,
you mean
now,
that?
It's back.
But now it's back.
It's back.
It's included.
It's included. It's
How about
It's part of the 2.5% of new information.
That's right.
So the missing minute that she said was when the video resets every night at midnight, which was a bold-faced lie. When she said that, she lied, right, guys? She lied.
Either that or she's just stupid. One of the two.
Or did she lie?
Could
just
be
asking.
Yeah.
Just asking.
I think it's a legitimate question to say now the missing minute is included. You released these 33,000 pages. So if you didn't know about it or you said it didn't exist, who did know about it, who had it, and why is it included now?
All right. So
that's a Perfect question.
Let's go through this quickly. So, for those who don't know, I know I was teasing this a couple of times. We have a few minutes here. House Oversight Committee releases thousands of Epstein documents. They released a tranche of thousands of documents related to the case on Tuesday night. Surprise file dump came ahead of what is expected to be a House-wide vote to formalize the committee's Epstein inquiry on Wednesday afternoon, which is, of course, today. That vote, while largely symbolic, would also direct the House Oversight Committee to release the Epstein files sent by the DOJ. Nearly 34,000 pages were released, and that included the DOJ's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell and videos that appear to show the inside of Epstein's Palm Beach home. It also includes what you guys just mentioned, a minute of footage that was mysteriously excluded from the 11-hour video released in July when the timestamp jumped forward a minute before midnight. Amongst the biggest revelations in the data dump is an additional 2 hours of footage from outside of Epstein's jail cell on the night he died, and it includes the minute of footage that was mysteriously excluded before, along with newly released video footage. Authorities are also releasing flight logs. I know everybody's infatuated with flight logs. That ranges
We've
from
seen flight logs.
2000 to 2014.
Yeah, we've seen flight logs. My whole thing with this is that this video, that there was two different things. They kind of spliced it together in Adobe Audition. You know what I mean? Which is what we use here, and that made it look like it was not. But she came out and blatantly lied, or was lied to. Okay, but then you have to wonder who's giving her information. That she said, well, it resets every night. It resets every night, minute, which was everybody knew it was a lie.
No matter what it was, she just looks atrocious in this, right? Whether she's lying or being lied to,
Somebody
right?
told her. Okay.
So, or somebody told her, or whatever you want to, accuse her of, but it's a legitimate question. I think her quote, didn't she say it was deleted every night when they reset it?
But wouldn't
Did
she
use the word delete?
Shouldn't she know better? Of
course.
Isn't one of the biggest rules of being an attorney that you never ask a question you don't know the answer to? So I would think that would apply when you're the head of the Department of Justice and you're giving a press conference or doing a media blitz or a television tour. Why would you, unless you know for sure the answer or what lies beneath, or however you want to frame it, why would you put yourself out there only to look awful when either you get caught in a lie or you were fed bad information and you just decided to run with it? I think I got that right. Run with it.
Yes.
There we go. God, that's
Very good.
Took me a vacation in 3 years, but we figured it out, folks. Why would you go with that unless you know it's certain? Because it's only going to come back on you. Yeah, some of it's going to come back on Trump because he's a target for everything. It rains, it's Trump's fault. But she just continues to look bad here. And then Comer is going to look terrible today as well, other than the fact that there are, and I know people were mad at me for my Nancy Mace comment earlier, so I apologize, but it is what it is. Other videos also include a woman recounting her experience with Epstein, blacked out, right? Silhouette figure. But I'll tell you two things with this coming up today. Unless somebody says something where we're like, oh my God, I knew that name, nobody's going to be satisfied. And then lastly on this front with these individuals that come forward, at what point do you think these people just want this story to go away? I'm tired of talking about it because nothing ever seems to come to light.
And nothing will come to light today,
right,
by the way.
So, don't you think these women are just enough with this story? They have to live with that every day for the rest of their lives. Do you think they want?
A lot of them seem to want to speak and are, they're outraged that Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to, this Cush facility.
Yeah.
They're upset about this and they want justice done. So, do I think anything is going to come today of anything? No, I think it's going to put the story back in the forefront. But I don't think any new revelations are going to come out. They're not going to come out and name names. You know what I mean? So this is just a way for Ro Khanna and Tom Massey to press a vote on this. They're trying to get, and it's odd too. It's odd that Comer and Johnson and all these guys are threatening Republicans that they will be on notice if they vote for this bill. It's a weird
vote in favor of it.
Yes. Mike Johnson, they've sent out letters or messages to congressional Republicans, basically saying if you vote for this bill, the Kana Massey bill, like you will be put on notice.
As in, we don't want you to sign off on transparency?
Yep.
Well, then I guess the question is,
why
who's being protected?
Why?
And who does not want the dirt out?
Why? Exactly.
Yeah.
Officially, if you didn't hear this, the newly released footage, this missing minute, it looks like it shows the camera data switching over at midnight. And then, as Greg said, it looks like two pieces of footage being combined together. So that's the missing minute recorded right outside the cell block, but nothing appears to really happen in there.
Yep.
But that was that missing minute.
Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, said last night, "There is no news here. I'd rather see the tape in the morning when they took his body off of the tier. That would show who was there, maybe who was running the show, etc. That might be news." Also interesting that Epstein's brother only seems to care about what happened to his disgusting brother in the cell. We never seem to hear about Mark Epstein talking about the victims.
Sure.
Right?
It's absolutely true.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we will come back. One other story to get to before we get to the cut sheet this morning. Get ready, because a big box store is set to enter the streaming space. And remember all these years ago, everybody's like, oh, we're going to cut the cord, we're going to cut the cord, we're going to save a bunch of money. Yeah, I think that bubble has bursted already. We'll get to that when we come back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We got to talk about my friends at Kitchen Magic. They believe hard work should always be rewarded. And this month, they're rewarding you. At a family-owned company, proudly American-made, tariff-proof, Kitchen Magic has built an amazing reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for more than 45 years now. And right now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and every bathroom project. This is the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship, and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Don't put it off. Call Kitchen Magic. You can just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Do this today, kitchenmagic.com. 40% off installation. What are you waiting for? Get the magic at kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hello, it's Lena Dunham. I host a podcast called The C Word with my dearest friend and historian of bad behavior, Alyssa Bennett.
What is up?
It's a chat show about women whose society is called crazy.
We're going to be rediscovering the stories of women society dismissed by calling them mad, sad, or just plain bad.
Listen to and follow The C Word with Lena Dunham and Alyssa Bennett. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN-F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Derpy 1 and 2. Packaging sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Packaging online at Packaging.com today. Packaging.com. Pacagen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Exactly right, Tony Bruno. He's coming up in 10 minutes as we get set for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So I want to just get to this story for a couple of minutes here in the world of entertainment and content consumption. And there's like 3 or 4 different developments that have occurred over the last 7 or 8 days. So I have this post from August 25th where YouTube TV posted on X the following. To our members, in order to bring you the best in live sports, news, and entertainment, YouTube TV partners with content providers like Fox. Our agreement with Fox is nearing renewal, and we're actively negotiating to reach a fair deal for both sides as well as our subscribers. Our goal is to keep Fox content, including channels like the Fox Broadcast Network, Fox News, Fox Sports, Fox Nation, Fox One, all on YouTube TV. Now, ultimately, in the last 8 days, they came to some sort of short-term extension. And when I saw this to start my vacation, I said, here comes the price gouge. You're going to be spending more on streaming services combined than you did on cable in due time. And then I see Amazon is now charging more for some sort of package that comes with your Amazon Prime streaming in some sort of conjunction with Amazon accounts in general, with, you know, your home delivery of whatever you have showing up on your doorstep 7 times a day for 10 straight days, and then making your husband carry in and then rip open the box and put in a new room. Not that I have any, experience in that department.
Audience of one there.
Audience of one. And now I see this from the Hollywood Reporter that Walmart is going to be entering the streaming space. And Walmart Plus subscriptions will be then linked to a company like Paramount and Peacock as a partner, and it'll be called a video subscription choice. Let me just explain this. So over the vacation, we finished up our move. I came back from moving in on August 15th to the new house. We were like 70% done. And then we got down to like the nitty gritty stuff, the little knickknacks and things on a wall on vacation and, finishing my man cave, setting up electronics. Let me just explain. And I know I'm going to be 42, but I'm going to sound like I'm going on 82, but I think I'm in the majority here. Streaming is a total pain in the ass. I'm officially done with it.
It's not.
It really is.
You're just not used to it.
You're a weirdo.
Let me explain what I had to deal with. So we had 2 big screens that were Samsungs, 5-6 years old, great condition, so we kept them. And on those boxes, my wife, and this is where it gets complicated, we have Apple TV boxes with the Apple TV remote.
Sure.
Okay. So then we said the girls' rooms, they need new TVs, and they're smaller, so we bought them. We got 2 Vizios, one for Olivia, one for Mia. And then we needed, we didn't need, but I wanted 2 big screens for my man cave to have them right next to each other, like the 2 glass windows in front of me. I want to be able to have 2 games on, or if I want to watch the 5 and a baseball game simultaneously, I can. So with
that
those,
they do picture-in-picture, too?
I know, with YouTube TV.
Yeah. Yes.
With the quad box, which is cool.
Yeah.
But now I can do 8 boxes. Okay. Because I have 2 TVs. 4 times 2 is 8. But with these, we had to use the LG remote that came with the TV. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the problem. Every time I wanted to change one of the channels, both would change.
Just use your phone.
And that's what my wife said. And my brother-in-law. Download the LG app, they say. Yeah. Well, spank my bottom, Dawn. I did. And what did I get? I had to sign up for a subscription that charges me $3.99 a month to use an imaginary remote on my phone in a day and age when I'm on my phone too much to begin with, and I don't want to be holding the damn thing anymore. So now I have to use that remote, only to find out that I can't navigate it properly because my phone, the screen, and the remote you actually digitally upload is too big, so I'm scrolling the remote on the phone. And now I have Peacock. I've got Netflix. I've got YouTube TV. So I go through the statements. I'm only, at this point in time, I am only saving versus a local cable provider, and there's multiple ones, about $30-some a month. That is going to be gone before you know it. So now I've got passwords, I've got apps, I've got a remote, I've got this remote. It's too much. I can't. And then I got to navigate to get to YouTube TV. So I got to go up and down and pass Peacock and Paramount. I've got to pass Apple TV. I just want to go back to the day where I had a remote control and I could just go to the channel I want effortlessly and not be bludgeoned to death with technology and have my bank account drained. And I'm telling you, here's the next thing. And I'm going to predict this right now. I don't think anybody else has said this in media. We are less than 2 years away from all social media apps charging us to use them. And you can say, well, Nick, we already pay for X. I'm telling you, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, if you think you're going to get your content for free by watching clips from professional clippers, and, well, Nick, but they make ad revenue. Meta's worth $800 a share. They want more, and they're going to charge you for it. I'm telling you.
So if you go to your smartphone, and on the right-hand corner, you swipe down, sort of diagonally.
Look at this. Yep.
Now it comes to your system services.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look down, usually in the bottom, maybe the bottom 2 rows, you'll see that little remote. And you hit that little remote icon. And it says, choose a TV.
I know, and then I have to flip. I have to flip from left to right TV just to mute or change the volume or channel.
But you don't have to pay for the remote because you can use this as your master remote.
And then they're saying, well, my brother-in-law's like, we'll get a universal remote. We've tried, and they don't work.
Chris Eppolito says Nick needs to get a full-time TV producer in his home. He might actually save some money.
It's unbelievable. It really is. And now
Austin?
And Walmart wants to jump in. What is Walmart going to offer?
They're going to offer competition, and competition's always good. So they're going to compete with YouTube TV.
Well, we're Walmart shoppers for some of our groceries from time to time.
Hideous.
So I knew you were
Here we
gonna say
go.
that.
These people.
So now I have to pay for a.
Do you buy the shrimp from there too? That's radioactive.
No, but I'll tell you what. We did have a bag in the freezer, and I told my wife that.
Don't buy shrimp from Walmart.
We didn't. I don't think we bought it from Walmart. I think it was Sam's Club, but she tossed it anyway. She's like, I'm not dealing with that. And it was the real big jumbo ones, the uncooked ones, the beautiful gray ones, the big tail.
Yeah.
I just love that. Like, by the way, in this day and age, you know, you're talking about streaming and TV. Like, just everybody watches things on their phones.
I know.
Nobody watches TV.
Well, but I'm on my phone enough as it is.
I gotta send Michael over. I'll send one of my sons.
Send the boys. I just want it simplified.
Yeah.
And now with a Walmart Plus subscription, so what they do is they throw the bait out into the water for all the shoppers in your household, whether it's the husband or wife. Well, we shop there. Well, okay. So what do we get with this on top of it? It's like the same thing with Amazon. Well, you're being charged for Amazon Prime TV streaming. Mm-hmm. Well, I already get Amazon. I get razor blades dropped off at my house. Well, it's free. No, it's not. Nothing's free. Nothing free in this lifetime. The COVID shot wasn't free. It's an added. No, it's not.
Well,
they're gouging us.
It's Amazon's. I mean, free delivery for Amazon Prime, and you get the pack. It's a package.
So you think the delivery is actually free? You don't think that's built into the price?
Of course it is, but it's part of the package.
Amazon loses. Let me give you guys a little inside tip. Amazon loses money on the delivering packages to your door the same day.
Oh, they have to.
You know where they make all their money? By farming your data.
Yep.
That's where they make all their money. So they're like, sure, absolutely, we'll deliver packages to your you know. But guess what we're giving up in return? Mm-hmm. We're giving up what we're buying. We're giving up our life savings to this. It is the most genius move ever, and we're suckers. We willingly do it.
Right.
They're farming all of our data. They have every information on you. They're the best marketing. You know what I mean? Like, people always say, well, what about this marketing company and that marketing company and this company has this information? Amazon has everything on you because it's what you actually buy.
I'm just so sick of big tech pulling the wool over everybody's eyes and like, oh, it's such a convenient lifestyle. Yeah. You're right. I think, was it Google yesterday? They just got hit with something as far as data sharing. It was a big court case yesterday. A ruling came out. I saw it in the Wall Street Journal. YouTube also. With Disney, I think it's like children as far as privacy. They got hit with a $10 million suit. All these companies, and we just willingly sign up for.
And they'll pay it. Yeah. And they'll pay it. They have no problem paying it because what they have is worth billions. Mm-hmm. Billions.
And then the last complaint on technology with streaming, Wi-Fi service. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to name companies because I'm not really in the business of naming local companies or outing companies. But you know what? Do we really have to have in 2025 a router or an extendable thing on every floor of your house so your Wi-Fi signal can reach every corner?
Oh, like the booster thing?
Oh, I'm so sick of that.
Yeah.
My wife works remotely. We have TVs on every floor. I'm like, we're not doing a ton. My wife makes phone calls for a company remotely. And I watch some TV and I stream an occasional game. And my daughters are on My daughters are on YouTube, not YouTube TV, but the YouTube app on their phones and tablets. And I have to have spotty Wi-Fi in 2025 in a developed area. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to stream a game from Huntsville, Alabama, for God's sakes. It's Bluebell, Pennsylvania. Do we need to have boost? Do I have to be? And then I get charged for that. Well, we'll send a tech out. They'll install that little box over in that corner. It'll cost you. What is this, 1997 again?
Oh, here we go.
You remember back in the day when you were on the phone and your sister wanted to use the internet and the phone was busy? I just want to go back to more simplistic days.
I forgot about those.
Remember that? I also remember back in the day when you could play video games online for the first time, but if somebody else was using the computer and the internet, it would create a lag and your game would buffer.
Oh, wait till that happens to you when your daughters are, you know what I mean?
I wanted to murder my sister in 2004 for that. I didn't, though.
Frank on the YouTube chat says Nick should use each kid as remotes for each TV.
Yes.
That's a really good idea.
Assign your kids. This is your girl's job. Because kids, it's like, I don't know, intuitive. They know. That's what I'm saying. Seriously, if Michael and David came, they could like fix.
I think Frank means to use your daughters to just say, all right, change that channel. All right, change that channel. All right, change that channel. If that's not what funny. Frank meant, that's funnier. So that's what I'm going with.
Exactly right.
All right.
All right, let's go to Florida as we welcome in the man from his new palatial home studio, the great Tony Bruno. What up, yo?
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. Later on, we will tell you how you can stream 72 shows at the same time if you just send me a fee. Cash, Venmo, whatever you have, Bouillon, whatever you have, send it to me. I will teach you how to not pay for cable and get 8 million channels for $45 a month.
It's the Bruno Network.
That's right. All in one convenient location as we delve into a Wednesday cut.
What's on
Walmart Plus.
the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? What up, Wednesday with Tony Bruno? Woo. Don't get your shrimp from Walmart, but do get your ice and ice cream from Rita's. Rita's Italian Ice. Fall concretes are back at Rita's. Fan favorite pumpkin pie returns alongside new apple butter and deliciously decadent concrete treats. But these cozy combos are here for only a limited time, so try them today. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring. I see that they decided, much like Tri-County Auto, that Kayal and Company, the cut sheet is where it's at. So you know what? We were just going to be a summer sponsor. We're going to go longer.
Woo!
Thank you, Rita's, for that. Thank you. All right, Tony Bruno. Let's start with Harry Enton, cut one. So we
love that guy.
We talked yesterday to Matt Rooney about what the New Jersey and the Virginia governor's races, that the big governor's races in 2026 mean for the GOP if they lose. Harry Enton broke that down. Let's do cut one here, Philip.
I would say that these two races are the biggest flashing red siren signs for Republicans. Why is that? Let's take a look right now at the prediction market odds in both New Jersey and in Virginia. And in both cases, the Democrats are favored. Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, 89% chance of winning according to the prediction markets. How about Abigail Spanberger in the great Commonwealth of Virginia? We're talking a 94% chance of winning. I was looking at the polling data as well. The Democrats in both these races hold high single-digit leads. Obviously, Glenn Youngkin, currently the Republican governor of Virginia, was able to win there. And in New Jersey, the Democrats barely squeaked by back in 2021. Right now, the polling leads in both those states are larger for the Democrats. They're in better position than they were back in 2021. That's why in both cases the Democrats are heavily favored. And as I said earlier on, to me this is a flashing red siren warning sign for Republicans.
Counterpoint, there has always been a lot of debate around how much you can take from any one race and extrapolate and apply it to any future race. Why should Democrats or voters nationally care about what's happening in New Jersey and Virginia?
Right. Okay. So you see the Democrats leading in both of these races, right? Predicted to win in both of them. Why? Why should people nationally care? Why am I saying it's a flashing red siren for Republicans? If the same party has won in the New Jersey and Virginia gubernatorial races dating back since 1989, guess who won the U.S. House the following years? 6 out of 7 times, the same party wins in the nationally, and they win the U.S. House of Representatives if, in fact, they win in both Virginia and New Jersey. So what happens?
That's a cool stat. That's a really interesting
This
look,
is
Harry.
exactly right, because the bottom line is this: if you're not a resident of Virginia, New Jersey, you go, why should you care? It's because nationally these races do, in fact, have predictive power if, in fact, the same party wins in both of those states. And currently, Democrats are favored to win in both, and history suggests, therefore, 6 out of 7 times, they are predicted to, in fact, win the U.S. House of Representatives the following year.
Tony, what do you make of that? I mean, I'm a little surprised that Mikey Sherrill's about an 89% likelihood to win. If I had to put a gun to my head and make a prediction, I think she probably will win. I think it's going to be even tighter than it was 4 years ago with Phil Murphy in Chitterelli. But I think the bigger issue, and I know it doesn't mean as much for this audience, I'm surprised that Glenn Youngkin's lieutenant governor is almost a formality or a certainty to lose, because there are many people that say Glenn Youngkin is one of the 3 to 5 best governors in the country. So your thoughts?
Well, he is, but Virginia and D.C., I mean, that's all a suburb of Washington. So Virginia is far left. It's been that way most of the state. Maryland's now far left. They don't even have one. They have one Republican member of Congress in Maryland, and the governor's out there with George Clooney out on a cruise with his wife, while Baltimore and the rest of Maryland go to hell. So the thing is, Jackie, I mean, you see it. Mikey Sherrill is terrible, but who's even worse is a Spanberger chick in Virginia. And how about the Democrats in Virginia are dumber than dirt, because this Spanberger chick, they're basically racist. They hate a black woman who's an accomplished. It's funny, if it was a black Democrat running against a white woman, both of them, in the same state, and everybody was and the Democrat was the black woman, people would be going crazy that the black woman was being, they're supporting a black woman. But have you seen the stuff that these people do with the Spanberger campaign and those old ladies holding up signs about slavery and all this other stuff? These people are criminally insane. So if you think Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania is all screwed up, if you think New Jersey screwed up with Phil Murphy, to me, it just shows you how stupid the voters are. They deserve the government that they vote in. They deserve it in Virginia, and they deserve it in New Jersey.
I will say this for Enton's stats. Usually, and I was trying to look this up, but I will say the vast majority for midterms, generally speaking, the president party loses ground in the midterms the next time around.
Mm-hmm.
And so that generally happens anyway. And so I think in part it depends on the economy and things like the popularity of a president, and perhaps things like a crackdown on crime, a creation of jobs, the economy. Those are the factors that maybe could push up the approval of one party or another.
I think you could also maybe at least make the argument that not necessarily New Jersey from a gubernatorial standpoint, but what happens in New York with the mayoral race may be more of a flashing indicator for what comes in 2026 and beyond. And I know that's wild to say, like, oh, well, because Mamdani's going to win. And I get it. Like, the options are terrible in New York. You've got Eric Adams. You've got Cuomo. I mean, godforsaken. I saw yesterday de Blasio is out there endorsing Mamdani as the candidate. But that's where the Democrat Party is going. I mean, they're going towards socialism. So if Mamdani does win and he's an epic disaster from Jump Street, maybe the historical trend of Democrats picking up seats in 2026 won't happen in fear of people saying, well, I don't want to see my district become what New York has just become. Just a thought.
No, you're right. And by the way, Dawn, I'm not knocking Harry Enton. I think the guy's terrific.
No, I didn't. Yeah,
I'm not saying his stats are wrong. I mean, his research is good.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the best guy on TV.
I agree.
Breaking it down. So I'm not saying that his numbers are flawed. That has nothing to do with it. He's right. I mean, but I've been seeing polling too about Winsome Sears, the lieutenant governor in Virginia. She's making up a lot of ground because people are seeing how racist the Virginia Democrats are. They're bringing out, now they're just like renting black people to go after Winsome Sears. That's how pathetic these people are. Yeah. This is a woman who's a lieutenant governor of Virginia, and they're hating on her because she's pro-gun, she's pro-Second Amendment, she's pro, she's pro all the things that sane people are for. But they're going to put up this Spanberger nut. She is a certified nutcase. I don't know if you've seen her. She is absolutely a nutcase. Robin, what are you doing with my microphone? Am I too loud?
Yeah,
a little overmodulated tone.
By the way, Miss Robin and Tony,
because I can't. Yes.
You guys, while she was fixing your mic, I was going to riff a little bit, but a great job last week as we had all that breaking news, the tragedy. Tony and Miss Robin just owned it, and wow, thank you so much.
You,
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
we'll be back for Dom next, I believe next Friday, the 12th, and then the 15th again.
Yeah, next Friday, Monday. You'll
Beautiful.
Be
Beautiful.
So.
Thanks. We're working on it. I got a new mic after last week. I want to make sure we have all the equipment necessary to make this broadcast, the best it can be.
And it usually is. Yeah. This is my favorite clip of the day. Okay, this is the Premier of Canada, Doug Ford, who was this is amazing because if you guys remember a couple of months ago, they were Canada was like, we are taking all the American like the Kentucky bourbon and everything like that, we're taking it off the shelves, we're only going to put up Canadian whiskey, Crown Royal and everything. Well, yesterday Crown Royal announced that it's closing a bottling plant in Ontario and opening one in the United States. So what did Premier Doug Ford do? He bitched about it and then he poured one out for his homies.
He looks like Bobby Heenan.
Roll this video.
So you know something? A message to the CEO in France. You hurt my people, I'm going to hurt you. You're going to feel the pain in February when these people don't have a paycheck. And I'm going to stand up for the people of Ontario. And I encourage all of Canadians, all of Ontarians, stand up for the people. Because you don't know if you're next. But the thing that ticks me off, I get it. I get that companies move back and forth. But what I don't get, when you're someone's largest customer in North America, you're going after the largest customer. You know something? I always say smart people aren't too smart, and you guys are about as dumb as a bag of hammers for doing this. So, you know something? I found a bottle. I don't even drink of Crown Oil, right?
I'll take it.
I see that Crown Oil. I saw it at home. So this is what I think about Crown Oil. That's what they could do. And I think everyone else should do the same thing.
He poured one out for his homies.
Stop supporting companies that make whiskey here.
Look at that beautiful whiskey.
Ontario people.
It's a
That's
felony.
what we need to do is support each other.
Arrest that man.
You know something? I'm going to make this even come out
Blame
quick.
Canada.
Yeah.
We did the story on Friday on the Dom Show.
Yeah.
And we played the Blame Canada from the movie with the late great what's his name, the comedian who did the Blame Canada thing from the South. Yeah, Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Blame Canada, the musical. And this is because 200 people who work at the Crown Royal plant in Canada are going to be fired because they're moving some of their bottling into the United States. And this is what this jackass does, pours it out, blaming the company for moving 200 jobs south of the border.
Yep.
And this is what he does. He pours out whiskey. Don't they use like fake whiskey up there? Don't they have like 1% alcohol in their beer? Canada's so whack, man. Listen, I love Canada.
Yeah.
But don't they have like near beer up there?
They do.
Well, what do they have? They've got Molson and Labatt's.
Labatt's.
Yeah. Atrocious
I think
low
their
energy.
alcohol percentages are lower, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, the Canadians get drunk quicker. They're soft.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
He sure is. You know what? It was a brilliant, as
That'll
far as
teach him.
it was a brilliant brand move, I guess that you'd say, because everybody's showing this, going, "Oh man, he's pouring out this aged bottle of whiskey."
I know.
It's a sin.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's the Trump press conference yesterday. He started out with Tommy Tuberville talking about how the Space Force will be moved to Huntsville, Alabama, but then had to get in a little dig at Alabama. Right? Roll this.
He was a great coach, and I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a solid coach, and I know nobody cares about this other than me and perhaps Tony Bruno, who spent some time in Alabama. But yes, Tommy Tuberville.
My first son was born in Birmingham.
Yeah.
So Alabama, I know it hurts you, Nick, because I don't watch college football, except for my Temple Owls, of course, who I believe are bold bound. I think Temple can beat Alabama right now.
How great would it be
neutral field,
if Temple...
on a neutral field, I'm taking Temple over Alabama right now all day long.
Wow.
Could you imagine Alabama has such a bad year that they go like 7-6 and they meet up with Temple in like the Meineke Car Care Bowl?
Exactly.
But no, Alabama lost 6 straight to Tommy Tuberville when he was the head coach at Auburn. So that was a nice little... by the way, I got all the texts and all the tweets yesterday. Everybody was tagging me in that video that we just played. So I've seen it. Thank you very much,
Because
everybody.
his mom, who's in heaven, was a huge Bama fan,
Roll
right?
Tide.
And my dad was too.
Oh, and your dad. Oh, both parents.
By the way, the coach of Alabama, even Nick Saban is not allowing the Boer guy to stay at his not. He doesn't have it. He's pimping the other one, Verbo, right?
Yeah.
Remember Nick Saban commercials where the people were coming to his house and it's verbal?
Yeah.
And, oh, you're not supposed to turn the TV on.
Right.
Turn the lights off.
Yep.
Don't use the shower. That's what they're doing to the coach of Alabama now after one game down there.
The buyout to get rid of him is $70 million. We need to have we need to have buyouts in talk radio like that.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
Could you imagine being told, we don't want you anymore, here's $70 million, get out of our face?
The buyout in radio is $70.
The buyout in radio is having armed guards escort you out of the studio and the building at 4 o'clock on an afternoon on Fridays. That's the buyout.
Trump did take some questions yesterday. Let's start with two from Ducey. We played this one earlier, but I want to get Tony's reaction on the conspiracies over the last couple of days that Trump was dead. Peter Ducey asked him about it. Roll it.
Something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your...
Now, Tony, I will say this. If I don't see you active on Twitter for 2 or 3 days, I will assume that you have died.
No, I feel like the people in Uganda now. I'm waiting for water supplies. You know, Mr. Beast goes to Uganda and goes to these African countries and tries to get them water out of a well. Well, my well water stinks. So today, that's why I haven't been on a lot. I'm having new filtration systems. So, you know, if you have, no, we already got it. So the filtration people are coming. We're getting our well's okay. It's just the water inside of it stinks. So we can't even take showers. I have to go outside and warm up water and then pour it on myself like they do back in Uganda, where I believe the Maryland dad and I are sharing the same filthy wells that they use. And Mr. Beast, by the way, what's his deal? What is his deal? He's a strapper to me. I think Mr. Beast is a strapper.
By the way, speaking of that, we'll get to Peter Ducey's second question in a minute because I want to spend some time on this. But apparently Jen Psaki spent some time on the Trump health situation on her show yesterday.
Oh, well, she was a press secretary for Joe, so she's qualified to talk about such things.
She's getting emotional.
I haven't watched this one yet, so Phil's producing in my ear. So Phil, roll this.
That one. That's pretty serious stuff.
Uh-oh.
Now, just to be clear, we went in just a very quick span.
I didn't know that Phil could get in.
We went from Trump saying he hadn't heard about the rumors of his death to Trump saying he did hear about them from reports, to then back to Trump saying he hadn't heard anything about any of it. In the span of approximately 60 seconds in the Oval Office today. Really can't make this stuff up sometimes. And look, we may never know why Donald Trump suddenly spent a week hiding entirely from the American public.
Hiding.
But you don't actually need baseless online conspiracies to explain why he might not want to show his face in public right now.
That's what
I mean, for starters, there's the polling, and boy, is it brutal. Americans are more and more pessimistic about their lives right now. A newly released Wall Street Journal poll finds that the...
I have to say this, by the way, like her ratings, all the ratings on MSNBC are terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They're not as bad as CNN, but they're still equal. Like she has... There are segments where she has like 15,000 people watching her. Like that is for like a cable news thing. That's abysmal.
Bad. Right.
Like you could put a test pattern up and get 15,000. Seriously.
I've seen EAS tests with higher audiences.
I'm serious about that.
She's a Timu. Well, you know, she makes like $10 an hour to do that show. She's the Timu. What's her name? The Timu, who's the other chick that works one day a week as that whole network crashes and burns? MS Now.
Rachel Maddow.
What's her face? Rachel Maddow works one day a week, and they're still paying her $10 million. This chick, Circle Back Jen, all of a sudden is the go-to source on how to cover up and circle back on a president who's maybe dead. the one thing about Biden, we all made fun of Biden because his defense secretary disappeared for 2 weeks and nobody knew where he was, for God's sake.
Great point. It's a great point. Well, here's the thing. I just hate hypocrisy. You know, that's why I'm so stuck on this Epstein thing. You know what I mean? I just hate hypocrisy. So for Psaki and all these MSNBC D-bags to sit here and now all of a sudden care about a president's health,
right?
It's just, it's screaming.
Well, it's not even the health concerns. It's what they told us. Joe's those are cheap fakes.
Yep.
Those are manipulated videos. Your eyes are deceiving you, right?
She can't sit there with a straight face, even if her producer came up with that segment, because I'm sure they did. She can't sit there with a straight face and say, "Yeah, I can't do this."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There has to be some sort of moral compass in your head where you're like, maybe I'll sit this one out.
I mean,
as Joe Biden's press secretary.
You just look at the stats, and some of those news outlets like Media Research Center and Newsbusters, they'll put out stats from time to time on social media of interviews, press conferences done by certain administrations and presidents. And you look at Trump's numbers versus every other president. I mean, he is the most visible and vocal president in my lifetime. He can't shut up. He can't stop posting on social media. He's always giving a speech. He goes on, long-winded rants, doesn't even answer a question sometimes. But then when he takes 2 days off or 3 days around Labor Day holiday weekend.
He didn't even take days off.
Right.
That's what's absurd about this.
He wasn't visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that's how absurd the whole argument was that, maybe
By
he's
the way,
in decline.
By the way, if I'm going to be critical of something, maybe he should be less visible sometimes. I actually want him to be less visible sometimes. He's out there too much, in my opinion.
Some people out there are great, for
And
sure.
he was golfing with his grandkids over the weekend. That's wonderful. With Kai and
The fact that I don't get that invite is really disturbing. Can you imagine me out there with Kai and?
You'd be great.
No, I
Bring
wouldn't
your
be great.
daughters.
It'd be an experience.
The question I really want to get to the bottom of is something that we touched on yesterday. I believe we were the only show that touched on this yesterday, but we touched on this yesterday. The bag that was thrown out the window of the White House. Okay, so we played the video of the bag being thrown out the window. Tony, did you see the video?
Yeah, I saw that video. Was that Hunter's Coke that they finally found and then tossed out the second floor window? Trump says the windows can't open.
Yes.
Supposedly. I know they're bulletproof.
2 bags.
But I didn't know they couldn't open.
I thought it was AI.
Double bag.
2 bags, okay? Now, when this video first surfaced, I think it surfaced Monday. When this video first surfaced, the White House came out and said what somebody on the YouTube chat said yesterday, that it was construction. Like, they were doing construction. They have those big hefty bags, those big industrial hefty bags that they put, waste in, and they didn't want to go all the way down, so they tossed them out the window. That's a very logical explanation. However, the President of the United States yesterday...
You get them at Lowe's and Home Depot, the
Sure.
bagster. It's a big plastic bag.
Yes.
You put stuff in there. And then and somebody comes and picks it up and puts it in a dumpster.
Well, that would have been fine if they would have just said that and been done with it. We would have moved on. But the president was asked about it yesterday, and he said it was AI, and those windows don't open. Roll this.
That is circulating online now of the White House, where a window is open to the residents upstairs, and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI.
Probably AI.
So,
actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be, because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's... In fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be... Where was the window? Let me see.
There's the Deuce showing.
I love how Deucey has to show him the pictures.
Yeah.
From the renovation.
Road Warrior used this yesterday and then showed the phone, and it said Road Warrior was right.
This is on the 15th Street side.
Look at the guy behind him with the bad toupee.
Yeah,
Look at that toupee. Oof.
Yeah.
Those windows they're all sealed. You can't open them.
All right, so then the mystery continues, because That video ain't AI.
So they don't open, or they do, but they're very, very heavy, perhaps 600 pounds, and somebody was able to get them up or had assistance or approval. That's the scary part to me is, so you could be in that window, in that room, and somehow that window comes up. Maybe somebody had to sign off on it. But in an administration where you have a president who's been almost killed twice, I'd like that window sealed permanently. Not going to lie.
But listen to what he said.
The best part of that video to me is it became a template for some of the greatest memes ever. They basically left it, as you mentioned, everybody was putting different pictures in there. Because here's Steve Doocy showing Trump the thing, and then that became the template for every conceivable meme. So God bless the meme makers, because that's the only reason to go on Twitter. You get some information every once in a while, but the memes. Without memes, social media would be dead.
So are we not going to address the actual controversy here? The fact that there's two different stories?
Well,
I think it's ridiculous. I don't know who to believe. Why would Trump lie about the window not being able to open?
I think what he revealed. Sorry.
No, good. Good.
I think that what he reveals is that you have to ask somebody in security. What he's revealing, even the first lady, even Melania says, "I don't know. It's such a beautiful day. Can we open the window?" And he says, "No, honey, we can't. You can't get the approval, right?" So who got that approval? So that's the question to ask this. Whoever's in charge of security would involve Secret Service, because this is a national security issue.
I think it's, again, miscommunication or communication breakdown, just like with Epstein.
Everything is...
blaming
AI is communication breakdown?
No, just not on the same page. Like, you know what I actually think it is?
I love it when it's this administration, it's a communication breakdown, but when it's the Biden administration, it's a giant cover-up lie.
Well, I'm not saying a communication breakdown's not a bad thing. It is. You have to have your story straight. But here's the other thing. What I think ultimately it comes down to is he's Donald Trump, and he doesn't care. He's just going to say what he says, and it might be a lie. It might be failure to coordinate your message with somebody else. Mm-hmm. He doesn't care.
So what Nick is saying, I think, is the point that Trump is so transparent. He holds these news conferences. He riffs. He's clearly speculating. He clearly doesn't have the answer.
Right, of course.
Another person would say, you know what? Normally those things don't open. I've never seen this before. We'll have to get our team on it, and we'll try to find out what that is. I have no idea. I've never seen this before. That's not Trump. So Trump's going to riff on it, and he's clearly just speculating, and then starts talking about his wife, the first lady, wanted some fresh air. So is he somebody, if you're the media person, then it's a nightmare for you, if you're that media person, unless you just go, hey, it's Trump.
Probably also a nightmare, with all due respect for his administration and staff. I mean, somebody could have told him what the actual deal is. He might have just totally disregarded it. He might not care. He might be above hearing that, right? Like, when you're Donald Trump, you've never had to answer for anything. I mean, you've been the show for 5+ decades now. So, I mean, he could easily be like being coached up by his people and not listening. But you know what? Here's the thing. What are we talking about with Trump the last 5 days? A conspiracy theory of his death and demise and a bag out a window. If that's what the media wants to run with because they can't punch holes in his policies, Trump's winning.
Well,
you got to give Steve Doocy credit, though, because remember, Steve Doocy's a Fox guy, right? Trump obviously likes him. Yep. The fact that Steve Doocy went up and showed him the video of a bag being thrown out of the window. Could you imagine a media person whose name wasn't listed, where Joe had to look at a card to see who that media person was, going up to Joe Biden and say, "Joe, what's this? There's cocaine in the White House. Can you tell me what's going on there?" Could you imagine any media member doing that to Joe Biden in the Oval Office during a get-together?
No.
Not a joke.
Look.
Exactly.
Everybody's like, I'm feeding into this conspiracy. No, I'm not. If they would have just said it's a construction thing, a construction bag thrown out the window, hey, I'm done with it.
He didn't know.
He's AI, Dawn. Come on. AI, and then later on
we don't have. It could be AI.
We don't have that. We don't have that. We don't have the part where he said, you can just blame AI if you don't like it or something like that.
But he
was it
clearly
a deep fake or a cheap fake? We should go to MSNBC and find out whether it was Jake Tapper. Jake, is that a deep fake or a cheap fake? Video?
By the way, let's go to cut 27 here. Scott Jennings. Called
Abby Phillip.
He called Tim Walz a.
Oh my!
I love this.
Yes.
Roll this.
POS.
POS. Yes. Thank you.
POS, baby.
Thank you, Tony. Roll this.
Much of Biden's presidency hearing, Trump supporters, more MAGA influencers kind of documenting every day, Biden stumbled on getting on the plane, or he walked a certain way, or he looked a certain way today. And now we're sort of seeing that flip on its head with Democrats taking that approach.
And why did we have to document it? Because nobody else would.
Hold on a second, Scott. You had an opportunity to ask the president today about this, and you did not. Why?
Well, because when he got on the phone and sounded very much alive, I thought it would sound kind of stupid, frankly, to ask an alive person if they were dead. But I'll tell you who is a complete piece of I'm going to tell you right now.
There have been a lot of swear words at this
Tim
table today.
Walz,
okay?
the governor of Minnesota, holding up a phone in front of a rally saying, well, we thought we were going to wake up and find out the president had died. Someday it'll happen. Someday it'll happen. I used to say he was the biggest buffoon in American politics, but it's worse now. No political official, no elected official should be walking around saying, well,
normally, and by the way, that beep is courtesy of Phil Omquist because that aired live on CNN without being censored.
Yes, it did.
Because they're cable.
Yeah.
They don't have as strict rules as we have.
I'm surprised that Scott Jennings went down that road of cursing because normally Scott Jennings is too intellectually superior to the cast of dopes on the panel he sits with at CNN. I'm surprised he took that route, but he's not wrong. I mean, I mentioned that earlier.
No, he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right. I would have said something much worse. But the bottom line is, without that guy, Scott Jennings single-handedly is saving CNN.
Yes.
Because nobody else on those panels is worth listening to. Without him, they may as well just flip the switch and shut it down. Turn off the lights, the party's over. He's the only reason to watch CNN, and I don't watch it no matter what, even when he's on there.
Yeah. You're right. Abby Phillip last night had Scott Jennings and Ben Shapiro.
I saw that.
And this at the time when a lot of the Fox shows, not for nothing, a lot of them are pre-taped.
Yeah.
And so CNN is actually live at night.
I'll actually give them credit. The fact that they're bringing in somebody like Ben Shapiro, when normally in the past
he's anti-tariff. So they kind of.
Here's the problem, guys. Though is that, and I agree with all of this. I love debates. I want to hear more debates. I think I think both sides are too it's this way, it's this way, it's this way. Let me just listen to everything that I agree with. The problem is that the CNN viewers don't want to see Scott Jennings and they don't want to see Ben Shapiro. So they probably, I would guess that's probably one of the lowest rated shows because CNN can't bear to see that. As it's the same way with Jessica Tarlov and the other nut from the Five. It's like, do Fox viewers really want to see a Democrat rebuttal? I don't know.
I think there's a difference between what social media says versus what the numbers actually are. I always see when the Five tweets out their preview and they say, and the replies are, Tarlov's on today, not watching. Sorry, I'll be back tomorrow.
I mean, it is.
You're lying. You're watching because she gets under your skin.
It is the highest rated show on Fox News. So,
and they like Harold Ford Jr.
So maybe maybe it is. Maybe there is something to that. But I don't think CNN viewers want to see this at all.
Well, you got to remember too that Abby Phillip show is at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would think Scott Jennings, if he was on with any of the other people at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, I would think he might be. I mean, maybe he's a tune-out, but I just look at him and I'm like, he just picks them apart methodically.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Tony Bruno, since the YouTube chat has turned against me, I need you to make the plea for me to help me get more likes. Can you make sure that the viewers are hitting that like button, please?
I want you all to go right now.
Thank you.
Open up the window and yell as hard as you can. I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this not smashing the like button. How does that end, that riff?
Anymore.
Woo.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take
this anymore. Thank you very much.
Subscribe and smash the like button.
Smash it.
Smash it. like a burger on your new Blackstone grill like I did this past Labor Day weekend. Smash that burger, baby.
Yeah, baby.
200 likes and over 600 people watching. That's ridiculous. That is just
outrage.
it's just an outrage.
By the way, did you have to pick up your Blackstone grill and put it on a cart at Walmart to wheel it out? It's as heavy as a White House 600-pound window, by the way. What a disaster that was for me.
Of course it is. But, you have to, for all the chefs out there, you got to season that baby. You just don't take a Blackstone home and fire it up.
Yep.
You got to season that cast iron.
Yep.
It's got to be nice, and then it gets a nice, and people think that you put bacon on there first. Do not put bacon on. That's the first thing you're going to use on your Blackstone. Everybody knows you have cast iron. You have to keep it seasoned so it doesn't rust. Mine's outside. We were making I made Philly cheesesteaks. I went and got sliced ribeye.
Yeah, baby.
And made cheesesteaks the other day, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Because you can't get a good one down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, there's some good cheesesteaks down there.
Are there?
Yeah. But not everybody's using ribeye. Using like that steakum stuff, which I believe is horse meat.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not sure whether it's horse meat or not. But that's the Bobo cheesesteaks, the steakum stuff. I don't even know what's in that, but I can assure you it's not prime rib.
Yeah.
It's not ribeye.
This segment brought to you by Steakums. No, actually, it's not. It's brought to you by Rita's Italian Ice.
No, those steakums are a pain in the ass, too, because you have the paper where you have to peel it, and then it gets stuck to the real thin piece of beef, and then you've got paper on it.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
Speaking of fast food places and all that stuff, this is my favorite story because I related to this so much because my son is 5, and I could imagine my son doing this.
This is the video of the day.
A 5-year-old Florida boy leaves home alone, walks to Chick-fil-A for breakfast.
The best.
You're a smart kid.
So what's even more impressive about this is when the cops bring him home, and you can see the cop body cam footage on this, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Nick will describe it.
It's awesome
for all of those of you who can't get over there. What's more impressive?
Almost like 3 minutes long because they did a good job putting this together.
They did a great job.
But this kid lives behind a fenced-in property. And it's a big acreage. And this kid, this is down in Jacksonville, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And he walks from his house, gets up early in the morning, and walks to Chick-fil-A.
Yep.
Somehow get out of his gated property. And it's not like it's a mansion. It's just that the house is surrounded by... The kid walks to Chick-fil-A, sits down and orders breakfast, and then the police show up, and it is one of the most adorable things you will ever see.
Look, Tom, you're
absolutely right.
When you go in that
video of the week.
When you go in that refrigerator and the Chick-fil-A sauce bottle's empty, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Roll this.
Right, man.
His name's William.
We arrived on scene. Hello. And as we walked in, we see a little kid sitting at the table eating his breakfast with one of the managers. Hey, buddy.
Barefoot.
We asked where he came from, and he kept saying he walked to Chick-fil-A.
You know where your house is, right, honey?
It's right across the street, right over there.
Okay, cool.
I have children, and the first thing you get that knot in your stomach because somebody else who's a parent is missing their child.
Are you going to show us where you live?
Yeah.
Okay. We gathered him up. Look at that. Say thank you.
There's a cow for you.
I walked him to the back of my patrol car.
Are you going to get me in jail?
No, I'm not going to put you in jail. And we started checking the area. All right, buddy, where's your house at?
We were wondering where did this child come from.
Is it right here?
None of these doors are open. None of these garages are open.
I don't live in a duck pond.
So then he explained that he had a white fence.
That's where it is.
Right here?
Yeah.
And that's when we pulled up in the driveway. And then we realized that the call box wasn't working. We had no way to get through the gate.
How about this? My initial thoughts were, I can't believe he came out of here. It's the most secure house on that block in reference to having a fence all the way around.
Look at the kid in the back peeking through the...
Please.
I'm Phil.
I'm Victoria.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, do you have a son named William?
William.
Yeah, a little boy?
Yeah. Our 5-year-old William had an adventure a few weeks ago, and we live nearby very close.
Yeah, he was down at the Chick-fil-A. Are you kidding me? No, we have him in our police car. You want to come get him?
You could just see the look on his face. It would be for any parent, including myself. It's disbelief.
It's kind of scary, actually, because we didn't realize what was going on until after we came out.
Do you have any idea how he got out?
Yeah, he's got unlocked the front door, but he's never done that.
I was worried about him because was he scared? Was he crying? crying? Was he upset?
Come on, little man.
He was quiet, which is unusual for him.
Oh, my God.
You get scared?
Why did you go to Chick-fil-A? You're welcome.
I think it did shake him up some, so I don't think we really needed to, impress too much that you shouldn't do it again, things like that. I think he understood that it was serious, but we did talk about it.
He said he opened the gate and couldn't find Joe and went down the street.
I know he knows how to get to Chick-fil-A because we walked there. I would have never expected him to come down here on his own in the morning before anybody else in the house was up.
By the way,
great production value by the police.
It is.
That's not a newscast. That's the police made this.
Yeah. Amazing video. And by the way, I understand. You know what I mean? Like that's terrifying. But the wits about this kid,
Yeah.
good.
Smart little kid.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be great in life.
He will.
He's gonna be a CEO. He's gonna be great in life.
He'll end up a sports radio producer.
I would say.
So would you discipline him? I mean, what do you think here as a parent?
I would number one question, how did he pay? Did they give the food for free? Did he have money?
Probably had Apple Pay on an Apple phone.
I'd love to know that. Number two, I would get this kid, I would have a dog or two in that house because the dog, he would at least take the dog with him on a leash.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say get a dog.
And by the
That's
way,
my advice.
too, because my son likes to wander. So every time a door opens in my house, there's like a beep that goes beep, 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 beep. You know what I mean? Like nobody's getting in or out of my house without me.
And you're never going to be caught off guard with him going out.
Without me, no. So
you think.
Yeah.
You think that there's my whole thing as a kid, my parents talked about it. Everybody talks about it. I would get out of the fenced-in yard naked.
You would?
Uh-huh. That was my whole thing.
Yeah, baby.
They'd find me.
And how old were you when this was happening?
16. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, I was 5, 6. I don't know what that was, the rebel in me.
Yeah.
But they would, my mom would panic, and I would just climb over the fence. It was in the summer, and I would do it all the time.
End up at a Bob Evans for breakfast?
And just naked. It's like, what is up with that? I have no idea.
Wow.
That is the video of the day. That kid,
awesome.
Our youth is fine. They're going to be just fine.
Because he's independent.
Yep. Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
Listen, we all love Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
We all love Chick-fil-A. But their new commercials are talk about how great Chick-fil-A is. And then it says on a person was compensated for this endorsement. That kid didn't need to be compensated. Put that kid on the next Chick-fil-A ad.
Yeah.
Don't put some scrapper guy who you can't understand.
You're right.
Oh, I just went there and got the new Chick-fil-A this, and I got to tell you, that was
100%
real
right.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Step up your game. I mean, not that Chick-fil-A needs advertising because they don't even open on Sundays despite the demand. How much more money would Chick-fil-A make if they were open on Sundays?
That's right.
Agreed. But you're right about making this kid the poster child. So good, even 5-year-olds leave their house for it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It writes itself.
Yep.
It writes itself. Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
Oh, let's talk about Piazza. And we're talking about a new tax credit that is available for all of you out there. How about this? If you've been thinking about driving an electric vehicle, well, our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, they want to lock you in to your $7,500, that's right, $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz. We're not talking about voter ID here, by the way. A Genesis GV60 or GV70. The Genesis models, beautiful, and so much more. $7,500. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th, so you have just about 4 weeks to take advantage of the EV tax credit, where you can inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today, online, anytime at piazzaautogroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
8:34 Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company, Tony Bruno with us from the great state of Florida. Cut Sheet continues. We have Fight Club in just about 35 minutes. That's coming up at 9:10. And our September installment of our Window Nation Veteran Spotlight coming up just about an hour from now.
We say this all the time. Jasmine Crockett does the code switching, where she acts like she's from the hood and she actually grew up in a nicer neighborhood than Nick Hale did.
I believe the numbers are $35,000 a year in high school was the pay, was the tuition, and $60,000 a year in college.
Yeah, she grew up more privileged than me, Kale, or Bruno. Dawn, I don't know
me
about
too.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I had zero privilege. I grew up in South Philly back in the day when, going out and turning on the plug was the big story, in the summertime. You turn on the fire hydrant and do peacocks, put your butt up against it and get all the kids cooled off in the hot summer sun.
So she did this event. I forget who it was with, but it's the
It was
side.
a Don Lemon podcast.
Don Lemon, yeah,
Don
yeah,
Lemon
yes.
had a podcast.
Yeah.
He's sitting in one chair, and then a guy who used to be a funny comedian, DJ Hughley, or what's his name?
D.L.
You know who he
Hughley.
is. He's D.L. Hughley, who was
Yeah.
a comedian, really
Mhm.
funny guy. Now he's a far left activist.
Yep.
So he's sitting on the edge of a chair that Jasmine Crockett is sitting in, and then she goes full ghetto. I don't mean
Yeah.
partial ghetto.
Full,
I mean
yeah, no.
She
This is-
goes absolutely as far ghetto as you
Yeah.
could possibly get.
Yeah, so we have the side by side of her when she's, giving this, how she actually speaks, and then comparing that to how she spoke to this podcast crowd over the weekend. Roll this, Phil.
First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress.
Maybe because these people, they are crazy because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah, I don't know how many of them on that side are getting divorced because they getting caught up sleeping with their co-workers, staffers, interns, all the things. Yeah, you ain't got to believe me. Just go Google. You'll find some of it. I'm telling you, and the wives is being messy and petty. They putting it in.
What is happening?
She graduated from Houston Law School. So I just to give a different take on this, because I've kind of said the same thing every time I've seen this. It's just embarrassing and pathetic. It's what all Democrats do. I don't know if it's more disingenuous to the crowd you're speaking to when you go from A to Z like that in those two clips side by side, or if it's more embarrassing for you personally that you feel you need to do that. I talk the same, and look, I use run and ran in the wrong tense every time, and it doesn't matter what crowd I do it in front of.
Yeah.
Whether it's on the radio or at my kitchen table.
To be fair, in that first clip where she's speaking more eloquently, she does use wrong verbiage in that as well.
See, I never even picked up on that.
However, this you is like who's no?
Yeah.
You don't speak like that.
Now, where was that second video at? Where did
she
what was
was
the
in
venue?
Don Lemon
Yeah.
Don Lemon hosting his podcast in some little some little room somewhere.
And Don Lemon doesn't
Lemon's
speak like
hosting-
that.
No, of course not.
No,
She grew up.
Don
she's-
Lemon's. If you watch the video, you don't even realize it's Don Lemon's podcast. So he's hosting it. He's sitting there, not even paying attention, and then it's D.L. Hughley, and D.L. Hughley telling everybody how the Democrats have to stack the Supreme Court, and they've got to make sure that they go fully communist. That's the only way they can win. And then she goes on her ridiculous rant, which is embarrassing.
You were saying, Don?
She knows she's got no future. She knows she's not
Yeah.
going to be in political office anymore. So I don't know what she's auditioning for,
right?
But it ain't going to work.
Right.
Well, for her, so first of all, she grew up as a preacher's daughter. Her parents
Mhm, yep.
respected individuals. Her dad is the head minister at a
Mhm.
big Christian church. And so I'm sure that even though everybody's saying, oh, she, $200,000 to pay for high school and college, the truth is, from all accounts, she was an A, B student, a good student who earned a lot of scholarship type things and had high quality education, was obviously raised in a proper Southern minister's Christian home. And so I just think to myself, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's the difference between Jasmine Crockett and yours truly. I'm authentically dumb.
Stop.
She pretends to play dumb.
You're not dumb.
I love that. See, that's why it's just, like you make fun of yourself. So it's just, can we play this one more time, please? Because I just got to hear because Tom Walsh said it sounds like she's on the Maury show in the second one. It's like,
yeah.
Who is my baby daddy? Who is my baby daddy?
It's like a full-blown Springer segment.
Yes. It's so, like, you talk about setting, Tony, you talk about this all the time, setting back race relations for, like, she's doing that with the incorrect grammar and sounding like a hood rat. Like, come on.
Or perception or stereotypes.
Yes, the stereotypes. Yes.
And then Don Lemon, the same guy was hosting that podcast, Race Baiting. All of a sudden, he goes to the Capitol and tries to get in and harass the National Guard people there. So you talk about a guy whose career, you can't get any lower on the food chain than Don Lemon right now. Another guy who's on CNN I mean, he's a smart guy too. I mean, he's at least he doesn't go ghetto.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's a smart, educated guy as well. But now he's just scraping the bottom of the grease pit. He's the bottom of your sewer system. When you have a septic system, he's what's left on the bottom when it has to be cleaned out once a year.
You know what I really think this is? I mean, politics has always had an element of entertainment, and the Kennedy family, the allure.
Right.
Greg, you say politics is pro wrestling. You're not wrong at all when you say that. But this is I think, a direct result of the Trump era of politics. And this is not a criticism of Trump, but you see so many people in the reality world that we live in with politics, with social media, where they want to be what Trump is. But the difference is Trump is authentic in his delivery. He's no different from when he was doing Home Alone in 1992 versus doing The Apprentice on NBC.
It's true.
And these people are like, yeah, I'm getting into office. I want to do good and help my community. And then it's like, well, I can make 180 grand. And then it's like I can be a social media influencer and create sound bites. There's no way Jasmine Crockett in that video on the right is the authentic Jasmine Crockett.
Of course not.
The authentic one is the one that we just played in the beginning. Can we play the beginning of it again?
Yeah.
Where she's actually talking like she's educated?
Play the whole thing, Phil.
First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress.
Baby, because these people, they are crazy. Because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah, I don't know how many of them on that side
that's good.
are
Pause
getting
it right
divorced because they getting caught.
I would be willing to bet if her parents had those camcorders back in the day and they were doing home videos, she probably talked like she did in the first half of that clip, not the second half.
Yeah, proper young lady.
100%.
Talking trash and speaking this way. By the way, there are all these reports that she's ripping into that fairly recently, within the past couple of weeks, her net worth is an estimated $9 million. And so people saying, how does somebody in Congress making 174 G's a year? Apparently, what she's saying is her husband makes that money.
It's always the husbands, right? It's always the husbands.
Yes.
It's always the wives. Bernie Sanders is like, well, my wife was this, and Joe Biden did this, and it's always the.
We got to look her up on OpenSecrets.org and see what lobbyist companies and firms and big donors are bankrolling her. That's going to be worth checking out. I'll do that in a moment. Also, I'd be interested to know. I know she always talks about race. Is she married to a wealthy white man? Because Kamala Harris married to a white man. AOC's boyfriend, white. It's amazing. The white man is the boogeyman to female progressives, yet they all marry white dudes. You never noticed that?
How about Ilhan Omar, who's worth like $30 million?
Yes.
She's married to a white guy and her brother. That's polygamy, and she's worth how many millions of dollars?
She says it's her husband.
So again, and it's not just the Democrats. All of these people in Congress. They get in and then they stay forever. Poor Jerry Nadler had to waddle off into the sunset yesterday. And that's sad. Nobody looks at Jerry Nadler. It's embarrassing that they kept him in power.
I know.
And that he stayed for 35 years and the guy could barely move.
It's funny.
And then they kept this guy in.
It's funny.
And then they told him, then all of a sudden the Biden thing is what convinced him to get out.
It's funny, Tony. You mentioned Jerry Nadler. Not like he actually looked healthier when he was fat. When he was the big fat guy, he actually looked healthier than he does now. He looks like he's on death's doorstep. Whatever that lap band surgery or whatever he had. I don't think it did him too many favors because he's probably still eating like a pig. You know what I mean? Because
But if you saw him in 2009 with Nancy Pelosi, he could barely move and move off the stage.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen all these videos of the guy, and then he was at this podium when they were ripping Trump and trying to impeach him. His head could barely get over the microphone. So to me, I don't like to make fun of people. But when you're a politician and you're out there and you're playing tough guy and you could barely move, I mean, that shows you how desperate for power these people are.
Does anybody?
And they know it.
Yep.
That generation's gone. All these old people, that's why we need term limits, but they'll never, ever impose it because they're all in on the same grift.
Does anybody have a calculator that they can pull up on their smartphone?
Sure.
I've got OpenSecrets.org here. Jasmine Crockett's contributions from PACs $15,230 from Truist Financial, $10,618 from Home Depot, another $10,000 from a place called Border Health, another $11,000 from Weisbrod and Weisbrod, another $12,000 from Elect Democratic Women, $13,000 from Carla T. Hervetson, MD, Doctors Hospital of Renaissance for $14,500. Miller, Weisbrod, Oleski, $17,000. That's got to be close to, what, $100,000 right there?
$104,000.
Yeah.
But I think that as far as her personal net worth, what they're looking at is they have at least 2 or 3 homes, each worth, a couple $1 million.
Oh, so do I, Dawn. Don't we all have that, right?
Right.
Let's go through a couple of things here because we didn't get to very much on the cut sheet yesterday, and I had a lot from the long weekend. Joy Reid said proudly that, yes, I am DEI. Roll 13, Phil.
As many times as I have been called DEI or an affirmative action baby and all that, you know what I never get? Mad. Because I actually am very much in favor of DEI. I don't take that as an insult because I understand that means that I'm just damn excellent and innovative. And yeah, I am DEI. I'm bringing diversity, and that's bringing something great. You're not insulting me. If you say, oh, you're an affirmative action person that got into Harvard, I'm like, yeah, I got into Harvard with affirmative action, and Yale, and Brown, and also, Vassar, in the University of Denver.
So what does she use DEI for? Damn, I don't know, she said something there. Innovative, damn, and excellent. Yeah. Yeah, well, she was
innovative.
She's wearing an FDT hat. Yeah. By the way, she's wearing a hat that says FTD, and that's not the florist people. So, I mean, talk about DEI. She's proud of it, and yet still got fired by one of the worst networks ever put on the air, and is now sitting at home doing her own podcast.
Legitimately.
She should be mad at MSNBC. They fired her and put what's her name on Peppermint Patty at night. They got rid of her, and they put on Peppermint Patty, who has 15,000 people watching her. That shows you how the bottom of the barrel MSNBC is.
Remember, she did not get her daily nightly show until after the whole George Floyd thing. I think that show launched in July of 2020. So that would have been about 2 months removed from May of 2020.
Yep.
But here's the thing for me. I would never want to know or take a job based on the fact that I'm being hired to fulfill a quota.
Yep.
I really wouldn't. Some people, well, I mean, you would never turn that sort of money down. Well, I'm never going to be offered that money in the first place because I do radio. But secondly, I just wouldn't. Same thing with academics. And I applied to 5 different law schools. I got rejected to all of them, rightfully so. Upon further review, didn't belong in law school. But I would not want, I think the most prestigious law school I applied to was Penn. I would not want Penn saying, let's admit Nick Kayal because he checks off a sexual orientation, a gender, or a racial ethnicity box. I'd like to know that I got in based on my deserving merit, not like any of this other stuff. That's just me, though.
Look, if I could have done both of my sons' college entry, they did it in high school. The schools help them and they wanted to do it themselves. I was very tempted to take it over and check a few boxes just to see if, because think about what Joy Reid just said, and she has said it multiple times, that she did have good grades and she did have what she described as a good SAT score. But I guarantee you, there were a plethora of especially Asian kids who aced their SATs and everything and had not only straight A's, but straight A's in all of their toughest, college level courses. And she talked about the fact that a Harvard recruiter actually came to Denver and handpicked her, did a pre-interview and chose her because she's an African-American woman. So, is that fair?
No. What was the big story that went viral about a year ago with the Asian kid?
Well, that was a lawsuit. They won it.
Yeah. He had like a 1580 on his SATs. He got rejected at Harvard and everything else. So what happened? Not only did he win his lawsuit, Google hired him.
It's true. The Democrats are protesting again, and guess what? When they protest, they sing.
And they do cringe things.
Look at this. This is like Right Said Not Fred. Cut 14. Go.
Oh God.
Took back what he stole from us. Took it back.
Took it back.
Took it back.
This is the best one.
Well, we went down to the rich man's house and we took back what he stole from us. Took it back.
Took it back.
Sing, y'all. Took it back.
Took it back.
Our humanity. And now we're out in the streets. Out in the streets. Out in the streets. Out in the streets.
Ooh.
Let no fascist take.
See, Tony, this is what happens when you don't take up golf in your retirement. This is why I play golf.
Oof.
Yep.
I think that was
As
the
a
best
senior
one.
as a senior citizen myself,
Yes.
I condemn every single one of these people. It's amazing. These people are all like in their 70s, right?
Yep.
Instead of sitting at home or enjoying the rest of their wretched lives, they go out there, and I don't know how much extra money they're making. I don't know what the Democrats are paying them to go out there. And listen, I love seeing seniors active.
Yep.
You know, they're seniors, but they're active. I don't know if I guess that's probably exercise for them, singing awful songs and then going out there and parading around. And the Labor Day one's the best. Yes. And the only reason they go out on Labor Day is because they're being paid to go out on Labor Day. They don't have jobs. These people don't have jobs. Their job is to protest. Now, do those count in the employment numbers when you don't have a job, but you get paid? Do you have to report that as W-2 or 1099 income?
We're gonna have to wait for We're gonna have to wait, Tony, for the revised jobs report. Never trust the first one. Wait for the revision to come out.
By the way, producers in the back, if you guys played this on Monday, why didn't somebody flag it on the cut sheet? This has been on the cut sheet for 2 days. Sorry.
Who flagged it?
Sorry, I'm just frustrated right now.
What do you mean?
Let's go to Afghanistan. Let's go to.
Let's not.
Let's go to
the.
Let's have a disastrous withdrawal from this segment right now.
Let's go to the streets of Afghanistan. The streets of Afghanistan. This is cut 12, Phil. Wow, Afghanistan looks nice. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Afghanistan. That's Michigan.
Oh,
Dearborn?
This is Dearborn, Michigan in 2025.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, I played the wrong clip there. This is not. Look at this.
Yeah.
That's not Afghanistan.
This is not Afghanistan.
Same thing.
This is Dearborn, Michigan, 2025.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What's worse right now? Would you say Michigan or Minnesota? Minnesota's pretty bad too. Minneapolis or Dearborn? Throw up a poll question here, Phil.
No, don't throw.
Wasn't Rashida Tlaib at this big powwow?
She was,
announcing
yes.
America and
Yes.
hating on
Yeah.
on the fact that she's a United States senator
Mm-hmm.
and that she's up there condemning the United States of America, who was elected to represent the United States of America.
Hard to believe that
So
Michigan
it's
is.
not just all white. It's not just all white, burned out 60s hippies out there trying to make a couple extra bucks.
Yep.
It's burned out white and black people and Muslims who are out there trying to make a life right now by taking over the United States because of their religious beliefs.
I'll tell you what, when you factor in Dearborn plus Detroit, it's hard to believe Michigan's one of the 7 swing states.
Coming up at 9:10, we have Fight Club. Today's fight submission by Mike Braun. So if you submit for Fight Club, we'll get to you eventually. Mike Braun submitted today's entry, plus some of the Epstein Maxwell victims. And I'm going to start using Maxwell too, because she victimized these women as well.
Exactly.
Epstein Maxwell victims spoke out to NBC yesterday. By the way, they're the big press conference today at 10:30 during the Dawn Show, when every big news story breaks. That's why you must tune in all day long here.
Exactly.
We will get to all of that on the other side, Nick Kayal.
That's right. Cut Sheet continues. Fight Club and our Vet Spotlight coming up at 9:30, as we will be speaking with Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet and also a member of the Travis Manion Foundation. 9 o'clock hour next.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th. 67 years of truth. Go to jbs.org today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
That's right, free speech, alive and well here on Kayal and Company. Not the same story or case over in the UK, if you've been paying attention to that story, where a comedian got arrested over gender-critical tweets.
Yeah.
Oh, the poor Brits. They're losing all their rights.
Oh, it's hideous over there.
It is.
Oh, it's just awful.
It is.
Why anybody would go to Europe? It's an awful place.
I agree.
I don't care. I don't want to hear Stensland. I don't want to hear about the lovely culture and the lovely wine and this, that. I don't care. Stay out of Europe.
No England.
I agree.
No France.
Thank you. Everything.
Yes to Italy.
And no Canada.
Everything you want is right here in the good old United States of America. Thank you very much.
That's right. That's why I don't leave Bluebell.
Even Japan. Even Japan now is having problems. Did you see that?
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by American.
Taken over. Japan's being taken over as well.
Well, they have clean toilets in public, though. Yeah. Nice streets.
Well, for now they do.
For now, yeah. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Earn more with their Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. You can get 3% cash back on gas and groceries. Hey, that's pretty cool, right? 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal opportunity lender.
Coming up at 10:30 this morning during the Dawn Show, there's supposed to be this press conference with Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna. They have 9 or 11 of the Epstein Maxwell victims, survivors that are going to speak out, trying to get a vote to release all of the Epstein files, not just what Comer and those guys deem worthy, but all of them.
Are we sure that those bags thrown out of the White House second floor aren't the Epstein files?
We are not sure of anything.
Trump hiding it, right? And is Trump hiding those and knew they were going to be thrown out when no one was looking?
Was that Pam Bondi's desk in the background?
Let's start with Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, who are on.
Ro Khanna, Philly guy, you know.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Of
I
course.
didn't know. Ro Khanna from California is the Philly guy?
We've said that many times here. Kayal,
You
where
knew
have
that.
you been? Yeah, where have you been?
He knew it.
You didn't know it.
No, I didn't know that. We've said that on this show?
Mm-hmm.
You sure about that?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Thomas Massey on the treatment of Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred to a lower security prison. Roll this.
Congressman Massey, one of the things that I find so striking here is that the Bureau of Prisons had to actively sign a waiver to move Ghislaine Maxwell to a facility that is so low security that by the department's own regulation, she cannot be in. And that happens after she met with Todd Blanche and she said that, Donald Trump was always a perfect gentleman. Isn't there a role for some congressional oversight here about how exactly that came about?
Oh, absolutely. This is unprecedented, the kind of treatment that she's been given. I think the best way to clear President Trump's name is to release all the files. I actually don't think he's done anything criminal. I think he may be covering for some rich and powerful people that are friends of his. And in fact, some of those billionaires are running ads against me in Kentucky right now. One of them is in Epstein's Black Book. So we're getting close to the center of power here. And I think, embarrassment is not a reason to conceal all of this stuff. We've got to get it out in the open, regardless of whose friends might be incriminated.
Congressman Khanna.
So obviously the entry-level observation and reaction is, so Maxwell said blah, 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 and in return she gets to go to a country club prison, leaving Florida to go to Texas. But here's where Chris Hayes, if he had a sense or an ounce of journalistic integrity, which, by the way, when you watch him, it looks like he's sitting on something uncomfortable up his keister. He just looks so uncomfortable all the time. But Thomas Massey just said that one of Trump's billionaire buddies in Epstein's, quote, Black Book, the book that we are told does not exist, is running ads against Thomas Massey in support of Massey's opposition. Well, then, Thomas Massey, how about you come out and just say who that person is? What's preventing you from saying that?
It also shows an ulterior motive for him too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where he's in it for not for justice, just because he wants to get at the person who's primarying him.
Who's trying to put him on the unemployment line.
Who's funding the person primarying him is what he's hinting at,
Right. Well, then come out and say it and reveal it. There's nothing that prevents you from saying that. That's what I hate about all these politicians when it pertains to the Epstein files. If you know something and you believe it to be true, well, then come out and say it. You have no problem flapping your gums any other time with a bunch of window dressing.
Yep.
Spill the dirt.
Yeah.
100%.
And by the way, I'm beating this a dead horse, much to the dismay of most of the audience. I'm all for all of these things being released, but it is kind of ironic. It is kind of ironic that now all of a sudden there's this major push for this. You know what I mean? It's just, you look at it as I don't care one way or another. I just want it released. But it's so disingenuous. It's so disingenuous to say now all of a sudden, after how many years, now all of a sudden there's this, we need to get these released today, tomorrow. You know what I mean?
What surprises you the most? The fact that some of the hardcore Trump MAGA social media supporters want this released? Or the Democrats?
Well, what's more interesting to me is how the sides have flipped on this. You know what I mean? Because for so long, it was MAGA and Trump, the MAGA Trump crowd that wanted these released, and the Democrats were kind of just, none of them said a damn word on it. Now all of a sudden, the script has flipped. That's what's so interesting to me on this is the hypocrisy of it more than anything.
But there are wings on both sides of the spectrum that want this released, right? Like the Democrats in general want this released, but then there's was it Charlie Kirk? I forget. It was Charlie Kirk or one of the people that are ardent Trump people that have created this market for themselves via social media that want this released as well. And I think a lot of them feel spurned from the fact that they were but they were invited to the White House for Binder Release Day, and Binder Release Day was nothing more than a nothing burger, right? They probably feel conned or duped.
Do
right?
they? Because they don't.
By the way,
they don't seem to be.
Guys,
I would.
The reason the Democrats want this released because they think this is the final thing that's going to get Trump. That's all they care about. They want Trump to be on it so then they can say, see, we told you, but he's a pervert, he's a pedophile. This is what the Democrats, everything that they've thrown against the wall, impeachments, death threats, none of it sticks. This is their supposed smoking gun to get Trump removed from office.
But even
that's what this is about.
But even Massey in that clip says he doesn't think that there's any wrongdoing from Trump in this. He said he thinks
Massey's a weasel too. Massey's a weasel. They're all weasels.
But he's sitting there saying that Trump is trying to protect some of his money buddies, so to speak. Well, even if he is, you think that's going to be the dagger in Trump 2.0? I mean, we have these conversations all the time on this show. If your kid committed murder, would you protect them and hide them in the basement from the authorities? I'm the only one on the show that said, nope, I will hand my kids over to the authorities. So you think that if Trump was protecting Bob Jones, wealthy Bob guy, Bill, whoever, I'm just throwing out random generic names, you think that's what's going to bring down Trump? You're insane.
Well, remember, Trump had a bunch of his people thrown in jail. Manafort, all these other people, they were thrown in jail for not answering questions. So the Democrats are so full of crap. That's all they care about is the fringe of the world and trying to get Trump. That's it. Mm-hmm. If they had material to get Trump, you don't think they would release it. Ro Khanna is trying to be this, he's an impartial guy. He's a hardcore Democrat. And I appreciate him trying to go across the aisle, but this is just all BS theater. None of these people care. They don't care. The Maxwell thing is a joke. The victims have to get brought out time and time again to have to relive this nightmare part of their life. This is all they have. They got nothing, and I guarantee you, and I'll be listening to the Dawn Show, this will be another nothing burger.
Well, speaking of
that,
that's all
they worry about. Oh, Trump he's hiding the the flight logs. The flight logs, that'll get him.
Well, Dawn, you had mentioned you wanted to know what was it, Alex Acosta, what he offered up in that sweet deal when Bush was president. I believe yesterday in the whole Epstein unfolding of 33,725 pages, I believe James Comer said that Acosta is being deposed or he's being brought in to speak. So maybe on that front, we learned something today as to what exactly transpired back in 2007 or 8 or whatever that time frame was that you've brought up in the past.
All right, we're really late. Let's get to this because I have the Epstein Maxwell victims that spoke out yesterday to NBC News. We'll get to that in 1 second, but of course we're 3 minutes late. So
You and me are gonna fight when that bell rings.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Fight ain't over till it's down.
We have more fight submissions than times you'll see Taylor Swift's ring during football season. And remember, fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man!
We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club on this Wednesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com, tricounty.com. That's right, fights equal ratings. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT to see this video. Nick will describe it for those of you who cannot do that. And by the way, Tony, I still need people smashing that like button. Smash that like button.
I don't know what else I can do.
I know.
I have to come up from Florida, take SEPTA, go down to the sports complex and start, doing my barbecue right now.
Yes, your barbecue.
And by the way, last question.
Yeah.
Why doesn't SEPTA just add more Subways Thursday?
Thank you.
just have some of the other fringe routes not involved, and then have this Broad Street subway line running like it normally does on the opening night of the NFL season on national television.
Because they want.
That's my only request.
Because they want to be able to say, "Septa crisis."
Yes. All right. We're already 15 minutes or 5 minutes late for Fight Club.
Let's go to Fight Club.
So let me get to this.
Let's drop them right. Let's drop them right now.
There are many people in the Delaware Valley that want to see this.
I agree.
This is a fight between a man and a woman, but it doesn't end the way you guys think it does.
At least they have matching uniforms on.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Philip, roll it. Oh. Look at that.
Hey, say don't jump, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
the glasses.
Yeah.
The badge.
He tries. One more time.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Setting up like this.
Oh! Whoa!
Knockout.
Now, are we sure that's a chick?
Yeah. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
Are we sure that's a female?
I believe, yes, that's a female. Look at Dawn.
I don't see breasts.
No, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do that for shock.
Dawn Stensland, you're a resident female. Dawn Stensland,
I don't know.
You're a resident female. That is a woman.
The legs are
I
female.
think it's a female.
Yeah, see?
Look at that.
She's got a heck of a punch.
How about that last move?
That's
she
a
got
female.
right
buds,
in there.
yeah.
Look at that.
There's some buds.
That's a chick.
That's a chick. Come on.
But how about the last move though? That last finishing move.
Yeah.
Left hook.
She brought the front. That's why women should be. That's why that chick from Algeria, that guy from Algeria, should be able to box in the Olympics next year.
Yep.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Yeah, it is confirmed. I believe that is a female.
That'll be tough to top. That might be my leader. Just because, if you're a dude and you start to square up against a chick, you're a coward.
Agreed.
So you deserve to get dropped. And the fact that you did let your guard down at the end and she sent you to sleep.
Can you ever, as a guy, can you ever recover from being knocked out by a female?
No, that's worse than being the security guard at the NFL stadium and getting knocked out and having your pants fall down. Remember that clip we played?
Yeah.
You could just have to ride off into the sunset if you get dropped by a chick.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, good submission. Mike Braun. That was Mike Braun's submission. Thank you, Mike, for that. Let me play this last clip here for the cut sheet for the day. These were the Epstein Maxwell survivors. It was survivors and family of survivors that spoke out yesterday to NBC News' Haley Jackson. So this is a woman who recounts being in Epstein and Maxwell's presence.
Yeah.
Trafficked, whatever, at the age of 14.
And for those not able to watch, there are 7 women and 2 men on this panel.
The 2 men, I believe, are brothers or something of some of the victims.
Well, one of them is the brother of Virginia
Giuffre.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who died last spring.
Yep. Yeah.
Who was not suicidal, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's roll this.
Once again, speaking our truth and kind of beside myself that we're even having to do this again because they never did what they should have done in the beginning. So now here we are having to do interviews like this to get our voices out there because they didn't just listen to us the first time we said it.
That must feel frustrating.
Extremely.
Yeah. The idea of repeating, having to do this again and again. Did you ever think you'd have to?
No. I mean, in 2019, when I spoke up and went public on what had happened to me in 2003 at 14 years old was something that I should have never had to have done in my life. It should have been taken care of and handled from the beginning and been investigated properly so we wouldn't have had to be at this point, you know? I should have never had to put my face on camera so that someone would listen to me.
I want to first...
Very difficult. Let me just ask you this, as far as this whole story goes, because there's a lot of people out there that will say none of this really matters, or maybe matters is not the correct word, but nobody will perk up to any of this until we hear a salacious, juicy name that is dropped. I mean, I'll just paint the picture. What if it's just, and I think I might have said this yesterday, but Tony, you were not here. What if it's just wealthy, connected people and some of the juicy speculation doesn't exist? As in, okay, maybe politicians or entertainers are connected to Epstein via social functions, and it's kind of this. I mean, I would just imagine after roughly 30 years that if any, insert whatever juicy name you think could be a culprit in this, wouldn't somebody come out and spill the beans as a victim eventually? And I know you can sit there and say, well, there's intimidation, there's defamation, there's lawsuits, there's threats. You don't want to end up dying accidentally or committing suicide. But wouldn't that have been set up by somebody by now? Like, wouldn't a male or a female have come out and said, insert whoever, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, sexually abused me when I was a minor? Wouldn't that be out there from somebody who says, you know what? I don't care about what the possible fallout is after what was done to me as a minor. I'm just throwing that out there. Like, shouldn't that have been leaked out by now?
Well, this month, Alex Acosta, that at the time, he was the DA, the prosecutor who cut the sweetheart deal. It started in 2007, but it was officially done, a non-prosecution deal with Epstein back in 2008 for the rape of a 14-year-old girl. At that point, and I've watched all these documentaries on this and all of this, so at that point, all the local cops and every law enforcement thought that Epstein, he should have gone away at that point, and they had him. In 2007, they had him. And they said this guy should have gone away for at least 20 years. They had him on the rape of a 14-year-old. Mm-hmm. And so at that point, now fast forward all these years, House Oversight Chair, this is James Comer, saying they issued the subpoena to Acosta, and this month he will be before the panel to explain who pressured him to cut this non-prosecution deal that, by the way, the reason that we could, at the time, nobody could even report on it, nor could the local cops even find out what happened because it was sealed. It was not unsealed until like 2019, 2020.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's been unsealed for 5.5 years, roughly.
I agree with Tony, by the way, that this press conference that's coming up at 10:30, are we going to learn anything new from it? No.
No.
But I do, I'm interested to hear what these women have to say. So make sure you tune into the Dawn Show at 10:30. That's what I have for Kashita.
All right. Tony Bruno, thank you so much as always, sir. We'll reconvene next week.
Pray for water. Pray for water today. I need healthy drinking water so I can take a shower.
Thank you, Tony.
Yes, and for those who missed earlier, you're dealing with water issues at the new house. You're a guy who chronicles a lot of things with your life on social media. I think you should go outside today. Make sure you have a bathing suit on. We don't want to see you in your birthday suit.
No.
And have Miss Robin film you taking a bath outside like you're living in a third world country. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. I'm ready to do whatever it takes.
You get clicked. You can farm some engagement.
Yes.
Engagement farming, I believe is what they call it these days.
Love you, Tony Bruno.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
Love you guys.
Love you, man.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
There he
Go
is.
Eagles.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait. Hang on. Yes,
Eagles Cowboys week without a Tony Bruno prediction.
We need a prediction.
I need a pick from you, Tone.
Eagles obviously are the better team, but it's 7.5 points still right now. I know they're going to raise the banner. The Eagles should beat this team. The Eagles are the better team. Thursday night football. If you can't get to the stadium, just sit in the parking lot somewhere and wait for a SEPTA bus to drive by, or the subway, or anything else, or Ubers or Lyfts and all those other things. The Eagles should win this at home. But we've seen big games where, they raise the banners. But I just think the Eagles, let's be honest, are the best team in football. And Jalen Hurts does not make the top 10 list of best players in the NFL last year. Saquon Barkley does, but you got quarterbacks who haven't even sniffed a Super Bowl ranked ahead of him right now. That's a disgrace.
Outrageous.
That's racist.
Racist.
That's racist for all the NFL writers who don't have Jalen Hurts in the top 10 players and other quarterbacks who haven't won a Super Bowl ranked ahead of him. That's a joke.
So if you want to read between the lines, I think Tony likes the Eagles to win, but maybe the Cowboys to cover the 7.5. Just saying.
Exactly.
All right, Bruno.
Exactly.
There he is, Tony Bruno. We'll come back and get to our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet and a member of the Travis Manion Foundation, is in studio after this.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family and Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family and Company Jewelers, doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
Pathogen doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Pathogen to your cat's food daily. Pathogen.com. PACAGEN.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, 9:33 as we welcome you back in, Kayal and Company. It's time for our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com as we welcome in Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet and a part of the Travis Manion Foundation. Josh, good to have you in. It was just, I was going to say Jimmy Kelly could come in here and give you the headsets and stuff, but, you know, it's Jimmy's first day and he's never done radio before, so it would be too much to ask him. So we won't bother Jimmy. I know he's very busy in the back. Good to have you back in again today, pal.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me in.
So let's talk about this, and we've had you on before, and we have the Travis Manion Foundation, and we have a big marathon coming up. what is it? So it's the 5K. I got to do all this math in my head because what's a marathon? 26.2 miles, correct? Yep. And we have the 5K, which is 3.1 miles, and it's coming up October 5th.
We're going to have 9/11 Heroes Run starting this weekend.
All month,
yep. Every weekend. And then the last of the series is going to be where it all started in Doylestown, where Travis's hometown.
Sure.
On October 5th.
Where TMF is headquartered at. Beautiful little nice house there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even think it's the TMF headquarters. It looks like a law office is what it looks like back in the day when law offices were built in houses. But Greg and I will partake.
Yes.
And Stocker's going to dust me probably by a good 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, we don't know. We don't know that. I mean,
if the bike ride's any indication,
just because
done an hour before me.
Just because I did. Now, Josh, do you participate in this?
Oh, he does.
I do.
So you're going to be running as well.
But here's the thing. You might dust me, but he's going to dust both of us. Tell us what your training is leading up to this.
So I'm not running as much as I used to. I have some injuries, my back. I have 3 herniated discs. I'm going to ruck the 5K. So rucksack on, some weight, and we're gonna ruck 5K.
Oh my God.
Now, for those who don't know, he's basically going to train and haul around 50 to 60 pounds like he did in his service days when he was an active member in the military, and he's going to make us look like a bunch of rubes.
All right, here's the thing. We haven't done this yet, but we are going to, I believe, and Sonia will know this better, but I believe we are going to set up a Team 1210 for this run. So we want everybody right now, all the YouTube viewers, all the keyboard warriors, all the tough guys out there. This is all for a great cause. You know how much we love the Travis Manion Foundation.
Yes.
This run is so Nick and I are going to participate. Josh just said he's going to participate as well. I'm calling on the 1210 listeners to show up to the 9/11 Heroes Run in Doylestown on October 5th, Sunday, October 5th. And run the 5K. You don't have to run. You can walk. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But, there's going to be a friendly competition between Kayal and myself.
That's right.
You could run. You could walk. You could ruck. You could just come out and participate. So many people just come out, and they're just part of the event. I mean, it's really just a day for all of us to stop what we're doing.
That's right.
And to honor all those who have served and sacrificed since 9/11.
You will ruck, Greg and I will suck, and we will have a fantastic day.
Look, I'm in the best shape of my life, brother. I want to do this. I want to show you up, actually, is just my whole thing.
He does. He really does.
I love the competitive spirit.
Yeah.
So, obviously, Chief Operating Officer, Travis Manion Foundation, tell us a little bit. We've had you on before, but for maybe the audience that missed you the first time around, first of all, before we get to TMF, what was your calling that led you down this path to serve your country?
So I served 20 years in the Marine Corps. I was 12 years active duty and then 8 years in the reserves. I started May 25th, 2001. I was at the basic school at September 11th. Got to serve my country for so many years while we were at war, which was my honor to be able to respond after we were attacked on 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it's a family tradition. My grandfather served in the Navy and was killed in World War II. When I was a junior in high school, I watched my brother get commissioned into the Navy. So for me, I knew I wanted to go to the Naval Academy. And then once I was there, I knew I wanted to become a Marine.
We've been doing these interviews on a monthly basis for probably close to 2 years now. I don't think I've ever asked this question, but your longevity of serving is interesting. What is it that separates somebody like you, 12 years, 20 years, versus somebody that does one tour or is in for a very brief period of time? And I'm not talking about leaving or getting kicked out, but you do whatever your obligation is and then you move on versus staying long-term and making a career of it. What is the difference in those two people?
I loved it. I loved serving my country. I loved waking up every day after our country had been attacked, knowing that I was making a difference. I loved the people I served with. And I'm not going to lie to you, like not all of it was we had a lot of fun. I got to travel the world in the Marine Corps, got to do a lot of really cool things. And I really just loved it.
When you think about making a career of it, what are, beyond the obvious, the pride, the nostalgia, the family calling, what is it? I mean, you were an athlete, you were a wrestler growing up.
Yep.
Is it maybe part of it, when you come back or you do decide to get out and go into, civil service or the private sector, that itch is not satisfied. Like, I feel like there are athletes, there are type A's.
Yeah.
Like for me, myself, I could not, after sports, find something I really was passionate about other than continuing to talk about sports, which is why I got into sports radio, which is why I now in this platform in media, I have this itch to give an opinion. It's like an addiction. Is it for you being involved with the military and the brotherhood that you can't kick? You can't quit that? Is that a part of it?
100%. 100%. You wake up every day of your life as a Marine knowing that you're serving a higher purpose.
I mean, you have a BS in economics. I'm assuming if you went into the financial sector and said, I'm going to take a job with Wells Fargo, you wouldn't feel like you're fulfilling the most passionate purpose in your life, right?
Nick, that was the plan. I was going to go to the
okay.
Naval Academy. I wanted to do my 5 years in the Marine Corps,
Right.
and then I wanted to go get an MBA at the best school I could, go work on Wall Street, make a lot of money,
Make a killing.
get the beach house.
Yeah.
I actually, when my 5 years was almost up, I took my GMATs, I had my applications ready to go, and then I went to Iraq. I was supposed to go for 6 months,
Mhm.
and then as soon as I got back, I was supposed to apply to business school, and I thought that was my route. When I was in Iraq for 6 months, my boss, the company commander, his wife got pregnant, and our commanding officer said, "Hey, I want to send him home. Would you stay for the second 6 months?" Because my unit was going to be there for a year, but only a few select key leaders were going to stay for the full year.
Right.
And without hesitation, I said, "Absolutely. Keep me here for the whole year," which threw off like my timeline for applying to business school. And I ended up getting back from there, and I was on such a high from serving in combat for a combat area, I should say. I want to be clear. I was on my job was not kicking down doors, shooting bad guys, but being in Iraq and having that intensity for an entire year, I just wanted to keep going. I wasn't ready to go out and go to business school and whatever.
Yeah.
And then once I got back in January 2007, Travis Manion was killed in April 2007. And that really was the game changer for me. That was what changed what I thought was important. All of a sudden, like, going to make a lot of money just did not seem that important anymore.
Speaking of TMF, you love mentoring the next generation. Tell people how they can get involved if they want to go down this same post-active duty path that you're doing.
So when you serve on active duty, you get used to serving that higher purpose. And for so many people, they get off active duty and there's something missing. A lot of times they don't even know what that thing is. But it's really two things. It's that making sure that you have that next mission and also that camaraderie. It's, again, like serving in Iraq for a year. There's no weekends. There's no nights. Like you're on duty, aside from when you're actually sleeping at night, you're on duty all day, every day for the entire duration. And so you get closer to those people than you could possibly get with anybody else. I mean, my best friends still to this day are Marines, and specifically Marines that I served with in Iraq. And so, when you get out, you miss those two things. You need those two things. That's what Travis Manion Foundation provides. We provide that next mission. For us, the main way that we do that is through training veterans to mentor young adults about character and leadership. We also have 60 service platoons around the country that serve together within their local community. And it really is a community. It really is how people connect with each other, back in their local community after they get off active duty.
1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by Window Nation, as they support our military community all year long with a 5% discount. Be sure to mention this when you call for new windows and or doors.
By the way, people asking how they can sign up for the 9/11 Heroes Run 5K on October the 5th. You can just, if you guys in the YouTube chat can just wait, we will put together a team. I'll have my people work with your people, Josh, and we'll put together a team 1210.
Love it.
So we can get some cred, for signing some people up to go. Hey, Zeus wants to run. Road Warrior's going to run against us. By the way. Look at that.
I'm going to go on record. I'm going to dust Road Warrior.
Oh,
no doubt.
Boy.
There's no doubt. Yeah.
Dawn, do you think
I'm going to dust him?
Who do you think?
He's out of his element. He's a bike guy.
Dawn, do you think I'm going to beat Kayal on the 5K?
There's no
Yes.
question.
Ooh.
No question.
And I also think Road Warrior's not out of his element.
Ooh.
He's very fit.
They're doubting me, Josh. They're doubting me. That's all right. We'll get a bunch of jerseys that don't fit, and we'll all look like schmucks.
Maybe
I believe in you, Nick.
Maybe
Thank you,
Josh. Maybe Josh can put a rucksack on.
Try it.
Woo!
If you haven't tried it, it's a great workout. I can't run like I used to. Rucking is a way that I can stay in shape. And not for nothing, but my kids can walk alongside me, so it's a great family activity.
Nice.
Shafe is going to do it. Kimmy's going to do it. All right, we will get this team 1210 together to run.
Yeah.
And it'll be a little friendly competition amongst
the weather
amongst
will be
our
great.
people.
It'll be early, October 5th. It'll be 60 degrees.
By the way,
nice.
Josh, getting Kayal out on a Sunday for something,
it's 2 p.m. You can sleep in. You don't have to wake up early like normal 5Ks.
Football season.
It's true. Let's take a look. Did the Eagles play that day? Am I?
It depends on what kind of bets he has that day.
Who do I play in fantasy football that Sunday? October 5th, the Eagles play the Broncos at 1 o'clock. Yeah, you can stream it on your phone.
We'll all have it on our phones.
Yeah, listen on the Odyssey app while you're jogging. Here, Merrill. Great to see you, bud.
Woo, Josh.
Thanks so much.
Josh Jaden.
Love you, Josh.
And don't forget, TMF Radiothon coming up again in March. You have an open invite anytime.
We're gonna tweak it a little bit this year on the date.
So whoever's listening, TravisMannion.org. Join the mission. We need all you.
Great stuff.
Love it.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks so much.
All right, we'll come back, wrap it up here on a Wednesday before we hand it off to Dawn at the top of the hour.
We got to talk about our friends from Piazza Auto Group. Of course, each of us, we're broadcasting from the Piazza Auto Group studios here at Odyssey World Headquarters. So maybe you've been considering this, purchasing an electric vehicle. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you about and this is huge, the $7,500 federal tax credit on the new electric vehicles. And this ends at the end of this month, September 30th. That's $7,500 toward a new BMW 14, 15, or 17. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo? I just covet those Alfa Romeos on the road, the Tonale Fev or the Mercedes-Benz EQE. Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Do this to get the EV you've been dreaming of, and you have. You can browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. That's PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. Openphone.com/TRY.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The Labor Day mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY. You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
9:54, Kayal and Company. Today's show brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off of your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends on September 13th. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. The music coming up in a moment. But first, the movies with Jimmy Kelly.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
While I agree that in time our band will be most triumphant, the truth is, Wild Stallions will never be a super band until we have Eddie Van Halen on guitar.
I do not believe we will get Eddie Van Halen until we have a triumphant video.
It's pointless to have a triumphant video before we even have decent instruments.
Well, how can we have decent instruments when we don't really even know how to play?
That is why we need Eddie Van Halen.
And that is why we need a triumphant video.
Oh, such a great movie.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
It's like the scene from my youth. Sorry.
How about this? A 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies against the Somerset Patriots. First Energy Stadium in Reading. It's coming up on Sunday, September 14th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. Caller 12. Identify that movie, 855-839-1210. 4-pack of Reading Phillies tickets will be yours.
If you hate the Yankees, go to that game. It's AA Yankees-Phillies.
Oh, is it? Will you be attending?
No, because it's a Sunday, so I'll be at the Jet-Bills game.
Watching another New York team lose.
God.
All right. From the movies to the music.
I mean, what do you want to do?
It's 8-chair time.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Donald Brewer from Grand Funk Railroad, who's 77, Eric Bell from Thin Lizzy, who's 78, Al Jardine from the Beach Boys, who's 83, and Mike Wengren from Disturbed. We also lost Walter Becker from Steely Dan on this day in 2017. Album that could Roll the Bones by Rush in 91, Painkiller by Judas Priest in 90, Horoscope by Overkill in 91, and Power Slave by Iron Maiden in 84. Also, the Taylor Hawkins tribute concert was in 2022. In 2023, a House of the Holy album sleeve signed by all 4 members of Led Zeppelin sold at auction for $19,000 without the actual record. In 2002, the Stones kicked off their 40th anniversary Licks tour. In 2008, Slipknot was topped the album chart, and in 95, eBay was founded. But lastly, on this day in 77, the Grateful Dead headlined a show at Raceway Park in Englishtown, New Jersey that lasted 11 hours, setting an American non-festival record. The record stood till 2024 when George Strait broke it.
Hang
For
on.
Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Yes. Hang on a second. The Grateful Dead played for 11 hours?
Well, they headlined a show, which wasn't technically a festival, but yeah, for 11 hours.
They played for 11 hours.
Yeah, off and on, yeah.
I am like a Dead historian. I have not, I obviously know that show very well.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize they played for 11 hours.
Yep.
You think that's a big deal? Cory Booker spoke for 25 hours straight.
Oh, we didn't even get to his engagement.
Well, I was
I
going to ask you.
know.
I was going to ask you. You
Darn.
sent us that picture. By the way, I thought somebody said it wasn't Rosario Dawson. It looks exactly like her.
It's her doppelganger.
It's not.
Yeah.
But it looks like her, doesn't it?
It's a different lady.
Yeah. Would. Absolutely. All day.
Okay.
Twice on Sunday.
Just saying. I swear to God, I thought it was Rosario Dawson.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it
I
wasn't.
feel bad for that lady. Wait till she finds out what he does for a living.
What were you going to say, Don?
She'll ditch him.
Well, it's just funny that Rosario Dawson, the actor, obviously she was among those congratulating him.
Yeah.
Multiple people were saying, "Oh, she looks like a first lady."
Oh, jeez.
So kind of alludes to maybe another big announcement that he's planning on and why he needs a lady by his side.
So both Cory Booker and Tim Scott have their beards all.
Well, Tim Scott, but Tim Scott actually married his fiancee.
Okay.
Cory Booker never married his first one. Now, will he marry this one? But by the way, there's no diamond. It's like a wedding band like this. She's going like this. It's like an eternity little. It's like a tiny little thing.
Oh,
there's no diamond, guys.
Oh, that is hideous.
Tears of rage.
That is hideous. By the way,
No diamond.
married in quotations, Don Stenson?
Yeah. Married.
in
So
quotations.
Tim Scott's still not getting any.
Well, that's marriage.
Yeah, very good. You're telling me.
I don't know. After you revealed what you wear to bed,
not mine. I was referring to his.
Okay,
Trust me.
I'm just saying.
Exactly right. Mike is in Philly. He's got the Reading tickets because he's identified this movie. Mike, what movie do we play for you?
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah, Mike!
Atta guy, Mike. Reading Phillies tickets are yours on Sunday, September 14th. All right, Stalker's out tomorrow. Farish is in. We're going to try Jimmy Fallon at 8:30, and the Dawn Stensland Show starts right now.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.